Susan's got it. Susan's got it. I mean, you can try, but I know Susan's got it. Please do. All right. Yeah, we ready? Okay. Good morning. Welcome to our May meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education. And I'd like to call this meeting to order. I am not President Crawford. President Crawford is taking a well-deserved family vacation, and so we will miss him today, but with the wisdom of my colleagues, we will get through this meeting today without him. And so let's go ahead and begin with our rituals. Mr. Dunklow, do we have quorum? Excellent. All right, colleagues, then, if you'll join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. Before we jump into public comment, a few notes. First, all State Board of Education meetings are recorded. We invite the public to access our meetings via live stream from the State Board of Education portion of the MSDE website, through our live stream vendors website, Town Hall Streams, and YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person at the beginning of our meetings. Zoom is the platform that will be used for virtual public comment. If we experience problems connecting with your device, you may use the audio-only feature and call in using your phone. As is always the case, our meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. Have a couple of announcements that we'd like to make. First, want to congratulate, we have 4 U.S. presidential scholars named from Maryland by the U.S. Department of Education out of 5,700 candidates that qualified. So please join me in recognizing Angelina Zhu from Richard Montgomery High School, Mingni Dong from Delaney High School, Maximilian Belyansov from Richard Montgomery High School, and Minal Khwaja from Wicomico High School. So let's give a round of applause for our students. The White House Commission on Presidential Scholars selects annually based on academic success, excellence in the arts, and in technical education through essays, school evaluations, and transcripts, as well as demonstrated commitment to community service and leadership. We hope to welcome the scholars to a meeting over the summer. Two other quick notes that I just want to draw the attention of the public to and to our board. First, our board knows that we have been in much deeper collaboration with the AIB, both in leadership meetings and in our collaborative work together. We'll see another joint policy today. And this work is primarily focused on stewarding this record investment in public education that we know as the blueprint. I want to draw our attention as a board. Last month, we passed our side of our first joint policy with the AIB. That passed at the AIB meeting last week, and so that is official policy. And Mr. Hands, I believe that is up on the website for the public to see on our State Board website, that joint policy that helps set policy related to dual enrollment as one of the CCR pathways. I do want to take a moment. There have been a lot of questions circling. Our policy really speaks to, our joint policy really speaks to what in the CCR pathway and the post-CCR pathways that come out of meeting that are really about communicating guaranteed access for students and so that their families can understand what students have guaranteed access to. It is not the intent of this board to keep to school districts from providing access to CCR experiences to CCR pathways for students prior to 10th to 11th grade, before students met that CCR. We know from our district partners that sometimes the best way to get a student ready to be college and career ready is early exposure to college access programming or career pathways before 11th grade. So one, this is not, it's not our intent to preclude our district partners from sustaining and building out that programming. And it's also not designed for us to keep students out of CCR pathways after 10th grade, particularly one of the questions that has come up time and time again is CTE pathways. This is about, this is quite frankly about guaranteed access that students are guaranteed to receive. And some of the work that the department and both boards will be engaged on in working with our local partners and stakeholders is specifically figuring out what is that CCR, how are we ensuring the supports are in place for students who don't meet the CCR pathway so that they are college and career ready with concrete options for college and career when they graduate. And that will include some version of CCR pathways. And so that is the work that now that we've set the CCR standard, we have established policy around the dual enrollment, and so that we can manage expectations moving into the next year, that we will be engaging moving forward. So I just wanted to raise that and kind of do some expectation setting for the public, because this is complicated, and we're doing it for the first time. And so there are a lot of questions, and there are more questions unanswered, but just wanted to provide that frame from this board. And the second thing I just want to highlight, earlier this year, colleagues, we passed Science of Reading resolution. And I just want to draw the attention of the public that each month we are layering in different pieces of this broader strategy around literacy and the science of reading. Last month we looked at high quality instructional materials. We know that having excellent materials in front of students is such a critical component to making sure that our students are learning and achieving, have access to great education. But it's not all, right? It's teacher practice as well. And so today, later on, we're going to hear about an initiative from the department through a public-private partnership that's going to really allow us to get more resources to our teachers around the science of reading. So we're excited for that. Next month, we're going to be in our joint meeting with the AIB in this room. We're going to be hearing about supports from the expert review teams. And over the summer, in the subsequent meetings, we called on our superintendent to bring to us a policy and regulations relating to the science of reading. So this is a continuum of work that relates to the core work of schools that we are engaged in as a board as we march forward to ensure that students have access to very high quality instruction, particularly and very foundationally in literacy. So just want to draw our attention to that arc of work that we are engaged in. All right, so at this time, I am excited for us to move into our public comment period. Speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We will take our virtual guests first, followed by our in-person registrants. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Timing will be monitored by our staff, and so at the end of 3 minutes, we will thank you for your comments and move on to the next speaker. We will, when time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish the sentence, but no further remarks after that. Comments shall be directed to the entire board, not to an individual board member. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Zach Hands, our Board Executive Director, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. For our virtual participation this morning, First, we will begin with Ms. Sharon Saroff on special education. It's good to see you again this month.
Thank you. Good to be here. I'd like to speak on the blueprint, since you did mention that this morning, and how it's impacting students that I see in a number of school systems. Our special education students are being left behind by the actions of school systems striving to meet the blueprint. Our students are being asked to learn and do better. They're asked to learn twice the amount that they were asked to learn previously in a shorter period of time, with fewer services and with fewer tools. Many schools are asking these students, because of perceived COVID learning loss and the blueprint standards, to learn at the same pace as their non-disabled peers. That's not special education. They're asking these students to learn in the same way as their non-disabled peers. Again, that's not special education. These students need the time and in a different amount of students, a different type of instruction, so that they can learn to break down, work through, organize, analyze, synthesize, and process that same information. I'm not saying let's stop inclusion. I'm not saying that we need to put kids in the most restrictive environment. What I'm saying is special education is not one size fits all. We really need to double down on what these school systems are not providing, what these school systems are cutting and taking away from these students. I'm seeing a lot of, well, they can't meet CTE or CCR standards because they're several grades behind. Stop pushing them through the different grades. Stop making them do things in the one-size-fits-all environment. We need to take another look at how we are delivering special education services in the state, collaborate with the local school systems, instead of just looking at state complaints and maybe seeing that school systems are following the remedies. Because in a lot of instances, what I'm seeing is the complaints are not being enforced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saroff. We appreciate your comments. Our next virtual speaker is Ms. Jacqueline Mary Sturr, Crossing Guards for All Schools. Ms. Sturr, are you there? Okay. We are then going to move on to Ms. Angie Vigliotti, who is signed up to speak on Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Welcome.
Thank you. I have spoken before. Thank you, and good morning, State Board of Education. My name's Angie Vigliotti, and I'm from Frederick County, where I just ran in a primary election for Board of Education. Our county is in a huge deficit, and it has been for several years with no additional help from the state. The Department of Justice investigated in our county several years ago and found out over 100 families had children that were illegally secluded and restrained in the special education programs here in Frederick County. Since our county officials did not provide enough for the school budget over maintenance of effort, we are now having to increase class sizes and overpopulated classrooms. We have decreased teacher wages, in which we already are the lowest paying county for educators, increased educator insurance, cut all of our virtual program that is used for bullied children and families with health issues, cut several teacher jobs, and cut many of our required special education positions for the Department of Justice. I'm really unsure how you expect us to fund anything from the Maryland Blueprint. In fact, I'm not sure how you plan on funding the Maryland Blueprint when we already are at a deficit and cannot meet any of the pillars that you are requesting. What do you plan to do? Give our county board of education a fine or fee for not following the blueprint? Because that's not going to solve anything. And if I may add to this, our county has 3 people that are supported by the educator unions, but 3 people from extremist groups also made it through the Board of Education primary. We have had a last-minute person remove the 6th place candidate from the extremist group recently. If just 2 people get on the Board of Education from this MAGA extremist group, we will be dealing with book bans and policies targeting our children of vulnerable minority groups, including special education. We already have 1 on the board at this time. I really don't think you realize how much in danger our county is from turning red and pushing the state in that direction. And if that happens, this Maryland Blueprint will never be funded and will never be executed. And you will harm a lot of our children in the state of Maryland. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vigliotti. We appreciate your comments. Thank you for joining us today. We are now going to move to our in-person public comment. First, we have Mr. Walter Vieta from the renovation of James E. Duckworth Regional School. Not here today. Okay. Next to sign up is Ms. Aaliyah Elizabeth Roberts regarding funding for autism in public schools.
She switched to virtual at the last minute, but I don't see her. She's not.
Still not present. Okay. Next, we have for public comment Ms. Kelly Bostic on drug poisoning crisis. Please join us. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. My name is Kelly Bostic, and I am here to talk about the drug poisoning crisis our country is facing and what I am asking of you to help me in protecting and preventing our students in Maryland public schools from becoming victims to this crisis. There are many more poisons that are emerging besides fentanyl, and they're deadlier than fentanyl. Right now, children under the age of 14, are dying from drug poisonings faster and higher than any other age group. So 14 and under, these are all students. Excuse me. Students are being taught many things such as gender identity because that is very important to a lot of people. It's also very important to a lot of parents about drug poisoning. A lot of people think that, some things are meant to be taught by parents, and I agree. I think that the schools have way too much on their plates. But they do, it's already there, and I want to add one more to it because I think drug poison awareness is something that is absolutely necessary. There should be no hesitation whatsoever about having visual drug poison awareness and presentations at least twice a year. My suggestion would be the beginning of each school year and the end of each school year. Seeing the faces of people that have passed away from maybe a friend said, hey, here's a Tylenol for your headache, and it wasn't a Tylenol, it was something else, and the child is now dead. I'm here as a mother. My son was 29 years old. He thought he was taking a Xanax. My son had a great career at Northrop Grumman. He is now gone. I will not have grandchildren that will be able to grow up in the schools and walk across the stage. Right now is the time, end of the school year, parents or families are happy to see their children go to prom and walk across that stage to get their diploma. Well, a lot of kids aren't doing that, and a lot of parents that I know right now aren't celebrating that because I've got a 14-year-old child that has deceased from poisoning. That child did not my child, but a friend of mine, that child did not ask for it. So I just want to thank you for your time, and I do hope that this is taken serious because every 11 seconds someone, adult, adolescent, baby, is being poisoned to death. And I'm going to end it with, this is the picture of my son. I don't want any more parents to have to stand here in front of you with a picture like this.
Thank you, Ms. Bostic.
Thank you very much for
We
your time.
appreciate you coming this morning.
Thank you.
Our last member who's joining for public comment is Ms. Cheryl Boast on a legislative wrap-up. Ms. Boast, welcome to the table.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Michael and Superintendent Wright and members of the board. Congratulations on your appointment for superintendent. Two very important reports in your packet today, at least I find them very important. One on our workforce, our teacher workforce. The trend seems to be slightly improving in some of these areas. I'm proud to say when I talk about legislative that I think the Educator Shortage Reduction Act will continue to help in this area. The Grow Your Own legislation that passed this year, I hope will help. And the pathways, different ways to get into the profession and not all dependent upon the test. Hopefully we'll see the fruits of those labors coming up. But what we do see is the number of conditional teachers and alternative certified teachers in here. And so what is desperately needed is more mentoring, coaching, and lower class sizes for so many folks who are just thrust into a classroom and don't have those supports. Because what I hear from all the colleagues across the state is that falls to the neighboring teacher who already has a very heavy load of teaching. So the more that we can get our career ladders hopefully up and running to have those mentors and coaches within the ladders. Unfortunately, we have many districts on the school district side that are failing to negotiate a career ladder. We have several that are at impasse and a couple unfair labor practices. So we're hopeful by July 1 that everybody can come together to negotiate the career ladder so that that can help do some of the supports. And as we move into the peer assistance and review programs, hopefully that'll help support our educators. Also, as we look at the blueprint, 75% of the funding has to follow the child. And this is truly to get to equity. And so when we look at that and we see so many inexperienced teachers at our most challenging schools, we're hopeful that school districts will become very creative and innovative, adding additional teachers, adding additional supports in those schools specifically, because they will now have the resources and the money to do so. So those should be a focal point. And it's very important, I heard an earlier speaker, and our county governments are not living up to what they need to do in many of our places. The state has fully funded the blueprint. And so it's now up to county governments to make that investment. The second report that you have today is that on special education and the work group that is special education. I didn't have the opportunity to dig deep into that, but when I read through the recommendations, just looking at them, we need to get a little bit more specific and what we can do to support our educators. I saw the look at the IEP. We really do need one IEP across the state that is electronic, that other school districts don't add on more and more and more. We hear that from our educators across the state. Also, they need help with either an IEP chair, data clerks. A lot of this is workload, and this is why we see special educators leaving special education and going into the classroom or just leaving the profession. So we have to give them the supports needed. So I just thank you for your time this morning. It's good to be with you this morning, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boast, and we thank you for your partnership. We got to work alongside you and many other stakeholders in Annapolis this year to move forward many of these pieces of legislation. We appreciate your advocacy and your partnership. Thank you. We are going to go back to virtual participation. We are pleased that Ms. Roberts is able to join us virtually, who signed up to speak on funding for autism in public schools. Ms. Roberts, can you hear us? Oh, I think you're on mute. If you might come off of mute, Ms. Roberts.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Excellent. We can see you and we can hear you. I think Our internet connection is unstable.
I can
Oh,
actually
Ms. Roberts,
join.
if
Yes.
you can start over, we had some technical difficulties on our end, and we
Okay.
welcome you to start over. Thank you.
Sure. First, I just wanted to say thank you for accommodating me and allowing me to participate virtually. Going along.
Ms. Roberts, we will stick with you. So just give us a second. I think your video is having some bandwidth issues. We recommend turning off your video, and then we can hear your audio, and hopefully that'll be a cleaner stream.
Okay.
Whoa, it just keeps getting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Like 5 minutes.
I just wanted to first thank you for accommodating me. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make
Clear.
it short and sweet. I've been an educator for a really long time. I am almost a BCBA. I've worked in special education my whole life. In particular, so when I speak to needing funding, we are at a dire need for what I am hoping program that has already been utilized in other states, such as the TEACH program, to be implemented here so that we can have places for children with higher functioning autism in particular to go, so that they are not, we're in this loophole of shifting students to other counties here, an appropriate LRE here, or they end up getting placed into programs that we do have, but don't necessarily, or not necessarily the best for them. Be implemented here, however it needs to be done, in order to have something here to
Ms. Roberts, you are cutting out again. Here's what I would first I want to thank you for joining us and this morning. What I would recommend, if you have additional messages you'd like the board to receive, if you can go ahead and submit them in writing to Mr. Hands, and then we can receive those. We really appreciate you joining us and taking the time to provide public comment this morning. All right. Thank you again, Ms. Roberts. And
can you hear me? Okay,
We can
great.
hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I think they were just coming back online.
Okay. So I think that's it in a nutshell. And I thank you for your time, and whatever I can do to help that process, I will do. I've been advocating for it for decades now. And we are still behind with that.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Thank you for joining us
And I'm
this
doing
morning.
it from within.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. That is the end of public comment. We thank all of our Mr. Greer?
Vice President Michael,
Yes.
I think you're on mute.
Mr. Greer, can you hear me?
Can't hear you. There we go.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now? All right. We got it done. We're done through the first part. Okay. All right. Thank you all for joining us for public comment. and thank you for our team with all of our technical support. That is the conclusion of public comment. I do want to welcome for the public, we have Mr. Greer and Mr. Bartley joining us virtually today. We appreciate both of you being here, and I will do my best to follow up with you all if you have questions, but please jump in, just as you did there, Mr. Greer. Okay, with that, we're going to move on in our agenda to our new business items. We have two, for our consent agenda today, we have two sets of minutes to approve. We have personnel actions, and we have budget adjustments for April. Without objection, I'd like to go ahead and entertain a motion to move approval on the consent agenda. Okay, Ms. McCusker, is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Getty, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Great, unanimous. The consent agenda is approved. Mr. Hans, can you can you make a recommendation to us? Mr. Hans, your mic.
Sorry. We have about 10 minutes until the next agenda item, which is the Teacher of the Year recognition. I think it would make sense to break for a few minutes before that. Might be difficult to fit anything in that short window.
Yep. It's going to be long today. Yep, thank you. All right, with that, Mr. Hans, thank you. We are going to take a brief 10-minute break. We have many guests from all across the state joining us. We've got a whole slew of chairs over here that will be filled momentarily, and we'll come back for our Teacher of the Year recognition. Board members, let's go ahead and let's return to our seats by 9:43. All right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, we are going to begin. We're going to come back together and continue with our agenda. I am excited for us to, for our next item. This is the highlight of the day. You know, we have a lot of exciting things to do today. So it's high competition, but really excited for our Teachers of the Year across Maryland to be joining us this morning, and superintendents and principals from some of our finest schools from across the state. So very excited for us to do that. In a second, I'll hand it over to Dr. Wright to introduce our staff and our 2024-25 Teachers of the Year. This truly is one of probably the most welcome recognitions that the State Board has the pleasure of hosting each year. As we move through our work as a board, educators must always be at the forefront of our thinking. The core of public education is the work that goes on in classrooms and in schools. And, you know, the policy that we do, it really is all about shaping and trying to make conditions that you all do every day the best it can be for our young people. And so it is a tremendous opportunity for us to recognize 24 of the strongest teacher leaders in Maryland that represent and embody commitment to strong pedagogy, and most fundamentally, a deep core commitment to our children, to our 900,000 children. With the distinction of the Teacher of the Year, I know that I speak on behalf of our board when I say that we're excited to see how you continue to grow and lead future leaders, future teachers in Maryland. And before I turn it over to Dr. Wright, I do want to just turn the microphone over to Board Member McCusker, who, as many of you know, was the 2015 Carroll County Teacher of the Year and is our teacher member of the board. If you have any just brief remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. I just briefly want to congratulate all of you and tell you that you are in for an amazing year. I cannot tell you how much I enjoyed my year as part of the Teacher of the Year cohort. And it really wasn't about the cool things that you get to do, and you do get to do some really cool things, but it was about the relationships and the friendships and the colleagues, the lifelong colleagues and strong colleagues that I was able to interact with over my year as a Teacher of the Year. And having a place to bring my educator voice and advocate for those things that were important to me and that I believed were important to children. So I wish you well in this amazing journey that you're embarking on today, and I encourage you to get to know your cohort because they will be some of your greatest friends for a lifetime. So enjoy and congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Let's see if I can get this without, there we go. Thank you, Dr. Michael. As you know, May is Teacher Appreciation Month, and we are just so grateful to have our 24-25 Teachers of the Year here today. As Dr. Michael said, these are among the best of the best, and it's always exciting to celebrate people that are doing the amazing work that these teachers are doing. They represent all 24 districts. They represent various grade levels and an array of subject areas. You've heard me say many times that the most important thing that happens is that magic that happens in a classroom between a teacher and a student. And so you're looking at 24 people that create that magic each and every day. They give selflessly of their time. You will find these folks here before the bell rings, and you will find them here after the bell rings at the end of the day because they are devoted to the students that they serve. So on behalf of the almost 900,000 students enrolled in our state, it is with a deep appreciation that we are going to recognize 24 honorees. But I also want to say thank you to the superintendents and the principals and those others in the audience today who support these teachers each and every day. Because without that kind of support, the kind of magic that they want to make happen sometimes is made harder without that support. So superintendents and principals and family members and those that are here, thank you so much for what you do. And I'm going to turn this over to Regina Simpson, who is our associate in the Office of Communications and Community Engagement. And she is going to provide some instructions and then introduce our Teachers of the Year.
Thank you, and Dr. Michael and State Board members, good morning. Everyone, congratulations once again on being selected as your local Teacher of the Year. It's definitely an honor. Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and board members, before we begin, can you step inside of the circle. We're gonna
Yes,
start
and
the
board
photo
members, I just
process as
ask,
well.
go ahead and take off our lapel name tags for our pictures, for the pictures. So if you can leave those, and we'll come on in.
And then- I will introduce each teacher in alphabetical order by school district, starting with Allegheny County. When your name is called, we would like you and your guests to join Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, and the board members for a commemorative photo. Once your photos have been taken, please return to your seat. Oh. Can you take off your visitor badges as well? Okay, let's begin. David Buskirk from Allegheny County Public Schools. Mr. Buskirk is here with Principal Misty Dotson and Teacher of the Year Coordinator Jenny Ramsey. Once your photos have been taken, please return to your seat. Next is Elizabeth Heist. She comes from Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Ms. Heist is here with Superintendent Dr. Mark Bedell and Principal Mark McAlpin. Next is Kat Locke Jones, Baltimore City Public Schools Teacher of the Year. Ms. Locke Jones is here with Baltimore City Schools Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Sonia Santalese, and Principal Matthew Hornbeck. Stephanie Gerhold, Baltimore County Public Schools. Ms. Gerhold is here with Superintendent Dr. Miriam Rogers and Principal Dr. Rochelle Archulus. Public Schools Teacher of the Year. Ms. Locke Jones is here with Baltimore City Schools Chief Executive Officer. Next is Megan Jeffries, Calvert County Public Schools. Ms. Jeffries is here with Chief Academic Officer Dr. Susan Johnson and Principal Pam Kasulki. Next is Danielle Dennis, Caroline County Public Schools. Dr. Dennis is here with Superintendent Dr. Derek Simmons and Principal Jared Sherman. Ms. Jeffries is here with Chief Academic Officer. Next is Brian Thompson, Caroline County Public Schools. Carroll, sorry, Carroll. Carroll County Public Schools. Mr. Thompson is here with Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Stephen Wernick, and Supervisor of Visual and Performing Arts, Carl Stewart. Dr. Dennis is here with Superintendent Dr. Derek Simmons and Principal Jared Sherman.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Next is Brittany Rigdon, Cecil County Public Schools. Ms. Rigdon is here with Superintendent Dr. Jeffrey Lawson and Principal Dr. Nicole Parr. Mr. Thompson is here with Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Stephen Wernick, and Supervisor of Visual and Performing Arts, Carl Stewart. Next is Joshua Clark, Charles County Public Schools. Mr. Clark is here with Executive Director of Schools Richard Conley and Principal Cheryl Davis. Next is Brittany Rigdon, Cecil County Public Schools. Ms. Rigdon is here with Superintendent Dr. Jeffrey Lawson and Principal Dr. Nicole Parr. Next is Caitlin Robinson, Dorchester County Public Schools. Ms. Robinson is here with Interim Superintendent Dr. Jamiel Thompson and Principal Maisha Ford. Next is Joshua Clark, Charles County Public Schools. Mr. Clark is here with Executive Director of Schools Richard Conley and Principal Cheryl Davis. Next, I'm going to try to do this name properly, is Yvette Vichot Tabois, Frederick County Public Schools. Ms. Vichot Tabois is here with Engagement and Partnerships Manager Tiana Hale and Principal Tracy Hilliard. Next is Caitlin Bolliard, Garrett County Public Schools. Ms. Bolliard is here with Special Education Director Dr. Chelsea Mange and Principal Ann Ross. Next, I'm going to try to do this name properly, is Yvette Vichot Tabois, Frederick County Public Schools. Ms. Vichot Tabois is here with Erica Richardson from Harford County Public Schools is next. Ms. Richardson is here with Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson and Principal Melissa Williams. Garrett County Public Schools. Ms. Bolliard is here with Special Education Director Dr. Chelsea Mange and Principal Ann Ross. Jessica Nichols is from Howard County Public Schools. Ms. Nichols is here with Acting Superintendent William Barnes and Principal Robert Motley. Caitlin Wright is from Kent County Public Schools. Ms. Wright is here with Director of Teaching and Learning Gina Yakumovich and Supervisor of Human Resources and TOI Coordinator Dan Hushin. Next is Melissa Porter Parks from Montgomery County Public Schools. Ms. Parks is here with Principal Carrie Dimmick. Caitlin Wright is from Kent County Public Schools. Ms. Wright is here with Director of Teaching and Learning, Jenna Yakovich, and Supervisor of Human Resources. Next is Kathy Russell, Prince George's County Public Schools. Ms. Russell is here with Instructional Director Sheena Hardy and Principal Dr. Sharon Porter. Next is Melissa Porter Parks from Montgomery County Public Schools. Ms. Parks is here with Principal Carrie Dimmick. Next is Megan Borga from Queen Anne County's Public Schools. Ms. Borga is here with Principal Michelle Carey. Next is Lauren Runkles from St. Mary's County Public Schools. Ms. Runkles is here with Chief Academy Officer Lisa Bachner and Principal B.J. Doddard. Next is Megan Borga Public Schools. Ms. Borga is here with Principal Michelle Carey. Next is Zachary Bartamy, Somerset County Public Schools. Mr. Bartamy is here with Director of Schools Tracy Bartamy and Principal Courtney Monner. Lauren Runkles from St. Mary's County Public Schools. Ms. Runkles is here with Chief Academy Officer Lisa Bachner and Principal B.J. Doddard. Next is Jeremy Hilliard, Talbot County Public Schools. Mr. Hilliard is here with Superintendent Dr. Sharon Pepikai and Principal Sherry Spurry. Zachary Bartamy, Somerset County Public Schools. Mr. Bartamy is here with Director of Schools Tracy Bartamy and Principal Courtney Monner. Next is Brittany Collins, Washington County Public Schools. Ms. Collins is here with Superintendent Dr. David Sovine and Principal Lindsay Avara. Mr. Hilliard is here with Superintendent Dr. Sharon Pepikai and Principal Sherry Spurry. Next is Debbie Reynolds from Wicomico County Public Schools. Ms. Reynolds is here with Superintendent Dr. Micah Stauffer and Principal Joe Branham. Next is Brittany Collins, Washington County Public Schools. Ms. Collins is here with Superintendent Dr. David Sovine and Principal Lindsay Avara. Next is Gabrielle Remington, Worcester County Public Schools. Ms. Remington is here with Principal H. Lynn Barton. Next is Debbie Reynolds from Wicomico County Public Schools. Ms. Reynolds is here with Superintendent Dr. Micah Stauffer and Principal Joe Branham. Would all the teachers stand for a round of applause? Ms. Remington Milken is here with Principal H. Lynn Barkley. Okay, we're going to hand the boardroom back to you, Dr. Michael and Dr. Wright, and we are going to exit and head to the 8th floor.
Before we do, I just want to acknowledge Miss Regina Simpson, who won all of our Teacher of the Year. You're going to get to know very well. She'll be the person that you interface with the department over the next year. And so just want to thank you first. First, let you know Regina is a critical person for you. So get to know Regina. Make sure you exchange emails if you haven't already.
And Kelly.
And Kelly. Where's Kelly? There she is. Regina and Kelly are our frontline people that you'll be interacting with. And I just want to thank you both. You know, Kelly was out last night making sure we had everything ready to go for today. And Regina, you all do a wonderful job with this critical ritual and this recognition program. I just want to thank you for going above and beyond every year for making this successful. Thank you. I will say, we here at the board, we are still working on a few things. As you see, we're still working on spelling, but I will say, number one, our principals are they are our pals, and they're very principled. But we just. We did see it, but we thank you all. Yes. So, all right. Very good. All right. Okay, we are going to take a brief 5-minute break and let people resettle. Thank you. Right. Good morning again. Excited. What an exciting way to celebrate as we're here in May and to celebrate the close to the end of the academic year with our wonderful teachers of the year. And and a great way for us to start. What's going to be? We've got a lot of several things on the agenda today that I'm excited for us to dive into. Before we dive into the content. We'll be turning it over to our State Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Wright, for our monthly update. Thank you.
Thank you, and just a big congratulations again to all of our Teachers of the Year. So one of the things I want to kick off with today is to highlight one of the many ways that our Teachers of the Year actually go above and beyond to make a positive impact. You may remember that I talked to you, I think it was last month, about the Teachers of Promise program that pairs Maryland's most promising future educators with mentor teachers. And those mentor teachers are all past Teachers of the Year. So I think that is a great way for our Teachers of the Year who you just met we look forward to them being able to mentor folks as we move on. So I wanted to share a brief video with you about the Teachers of Promise program that highlights the impact of teacher mentorship for our aspiring and new educators across Maryland.
I think year one, the main goal is kind of survive, but while surviving, I hope to build relationships both with the students, with faculty, admin, other teachers in the building and in the area. And I think this event now is a great job of meeting other fellow mentees and mentors, so maybe trying to steal an idea or two where they've been successful to add to my repertoire. And also learning from something that they failed in, because I'm sure everybody has failed at something. So whether I can avoid maybe a mistake that they've made, or if I do make the same mistake, learn how to move past that as well.
Teachers of Promise recognizes those students in the field, pre-service teachers, students who are aspiring to be teachers. It pairs them with veteran teachers to ensure that they have the support, knowledge, and skills that are necessary when they're ready to go in and have their own classroom. And so the purpose of the Teacher of Promise program is to make sure that teachers are prepared and feel ready to go in the classroom and support all students.
I went to a really small college. You can only network so much through that, but I feel like coming to this program and having the opportunity to meet so many different people from different counties, and they just have resources galore. It's made it awesome to kind of build up my contacts and being able to reach out to people and be like, hey, I have an idea to do this, but I don't really have the resources right now. I know that you do. It really does help just kind of knowing that I have that shoulder to lean on.
Being a Teacher of Promise is already such an honor. And so to know that you're going to have people that are awesome in their field to help you along the way inside of such a challenging thing, your first year. First year of anything is pretty difficult. Your first year on the job, first year of marriage. And so first year of teaching, having someone being able to guide you, being able to lift you up when you're down. You don't know what you don't know, as they say. And so for the Teachers of Promise, they're going to be able to glean from these outstanding Teachers of the Year and truly be successful in their first year and thrive.
With well-prepared and passionate teachers in our classrooms each and every day, I am very confident that Maryland will continue to lead in education because these same passionate teachers will be delivering a high-quality instructional program for all of our students because that's what they need and that's what they deserve.
Yeah. So this is really a program that's really making a difference in the lives of children, and I want to just say a big thanks to our mentor teachers and our program sponsors, because without them this couldn't be possible. The next thing I want to talk about is our Assessment and Accountability Task Force. We held our kickoff meeting on May 2nd, and as you know or remember, the task force members include teachers, school and district leaders, higher education officials, education advocates, local, state, and national assessment experts, and MSDE leaders as well. And we are fortunate to have Dr. Scott Marion and Dr. Krista Molesky from the National Center for the Improvement of Educational Assessment as our facilitators. So people ask about the goal. So the goal is to develop recommendations to revise the current assessment and accountability system in order to improve student outcomes. The task force is going to be working quickly because, as I've said to you before, our accountability model is embedded in statute. So we want these recommendations back in time for our next legislative session. At the first meeting, we had a chance to talk about what we value and what we put as a priority for our accountability system, and then what evidence do we need to monitor to ensure that all students are showing improvement. And then we also talked a lot about the requirements of the federal Every Student Succeeds Act, because our requirements are embedded in that, as is our accountability system as we work forward. But I really appreciate the work. People have been coming very committed, everybody's leaning in, so I'll keep you updated as we move forward. And another group that's been working very productively is the Assistant Superintendent's Workgroup. We have met yet again this month, and I really want to give some praise to Donna Gunning. As you know, they've had a lot of concerns about the fiscal issues around the blueprint, so Donna did a great presentation to show how the Student Aid Foundation formula is calculated, and also to discuss the minimum school funding requirements. She also demonstrated PowerSchool. This is the tool, this is the financial system, the management system that the districts are using to manage the money that's coming in. But as we move toward that 75% rule that's going to be in play, on the dashboard, it will be very easy for a superintendent or a principal or even the public, quite honestly, to look at the dashboard and see with a bar graph, here's how much money the 75% should show. Here's actually how much money right now is being put toward that. So as principals and superintendents are setting those goals and monitoring those funds as they move, this tool will be a really easy one for them to use. Last week, we were responsible. We had 29 MSDE employees and 6 AIB staff met over 4 days to review the LEA's blueprint implementation plans that were submitted on May 1st. Let me just stop for a second and repeat that. 29 employees and 6 accountability staff, 4 days to review the implementation plans that were submitted. So they learned a lot about the ways that they are implementing key tenets of the blueprint. They rated the plans against success criteria and had about 23 questions that they were supposed to ask. But this was an incredibly time-intensive process. And so I really wanted to lift that up because the 4 days that they were there, they weren't here. And so that we have to keep that in mind as we're doing these things. Part of the questions the LEAs were asked is, how do your plans align with the blueprint? How are you communicating your goals and plans with teachers, principals, and staff? How are you adjusting your communication strategies to improve the understanding of the blueprint's purpose? How are you making systemic changes to support ongoing blueprint implementation? And the one that I'm anxious for, I've asked them to be collected all together, is this last one. We asked them to describe 3 of the greatest challenges in blueprint implementation, and then what specific strategies were they using to address those challenges, and how are they going to monitor their progress toward overcoming those challenges. So I'd like, when we get the list together, to share that with you, because I want you to see what's common or not across all the districts. We celebrated Public Employee Appreciation Week. That was just this past week, and so staff here got to enjoy all different kinds of activities thanks to the planning of the organizing committee. We had giveaways, we had games, we had an ice cream social, and then we also had a special recognition honoring 85 members of the staff who have given 30 or more years of service. 2 employees were awarded 55-year service awards. Yeah. And another 400 employees received recognitions of 10 to 25 years. So that speaks volumes about dedication, that speaks volumes about stick-to-itiveness, and also what they're doing behind the scenes to improve outcomes for children. This is the first staff recognition event since the start of the pandemic. So everybody was really excited that we resumed this tradition, and it was just an absolute joy to see people's faces and families that came to recognize the years of service. So I really want to give a kudo to all the staff who worked hard to make this happen. So I want to recognize Kathy Klein, Beverly Mabel, Esther Sulaco, Nicole Bradshaw, Rebecca Oates, Oakley Savage, Amy Horan, Daniel Perkins, and the MSTE facilities and IT staff. So thank you all for pulling that off. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and several of our former and current teachers of the year have led work around students' mental health and trying their best to nurture and support children that are struggling with mental health issues. This year's Baltimore City Teacher of the Year, Kat Locke-Jones, has been a major champion for mental health awareness and support. She is the co-founder of SL24, Unlock the Light Foundation, which is a nonprofit created in the memory of her brother Sean to shed light on the need for education and support for youth struggling with depression and mental illness. Ms. Locke-Jones, would you please stand? Let's give her a round of applause for her work. She also recently appeared on the Jennifer Hudson Show, and where she was featured for her work in mental health and walked away with a donation of $10,000 for her organization. So congratulations to you. And I had the good fortune to visit her classroom last week. And when I talk about that's where the magic happens, that's where the magic happens. And so thank you so much for what you do for children each and every day. Your service is much appreciated. Absolutely. So thank you. I did want to recognize my visit to Hampstead Hill Academy. Hampstead Hill, that's a mouthful. Do you say that every day 3 times? Hampstead Hill Academy. It's a pre-K through grade 8 Baltimore City Public Charter School. And based on state assessments, this school ranks in the 97th percentile for its middle school and the 89th percentile for its elementary school. And I got to participate in the morning circle, the community circle, of over 300 middle school students. Let me pause there. 300 middle school students all in the same room, and you could have heard a pin drop. When the adult was speaking and the adult was directing, children were, even when students were speaking, everybody was attentive. Everybody was listening. There was a time to thank people in the room. There was a time to apologize to someone in the room. And think about the courage for a middle school student to stand up and do either one of those things and feel supported in that environment. It was very powerful. And then I went to a kindergarten classroom. Of course, you see the big people, you got to see the little people. And this really showed the school's strong commitment to positive relationships, inclusivity, and respect. The school also uses PBIS, which is a positive behavior and intervention support system, as well as the restorative practices that go on in that school, and the community building activities to a great effect. So it's just it's a strong way of building community, and I can tell you that the principal shared that was not always the case when they first started this. You can imagine trying to herd 300 middle schoolers who have not been brought up in that practice, and so now you're looking at children that have had that kind of experience and support early on, and it was just amazing. But I also want to say we were joined by Cheryl Boast, our president from MSEA, Thornell Jones, who is the education chair of the Caucus of African American Leaders, and superintendent, or the school's principal's current, speak to me, Carrie, superintendent's dad, the former superintendent, David Hornbeck, also set up the visit. So Matt Hornbeck, thank you so much, and thank you, and thanks to everybody at the Academy for providing us that. Thank you so much. Our testing window is open. As you know, it's open through the end of the month, and I just want to say how proud we are of our students' hard work and our teachers' hard work, and we're anxious to see about the high-quality instruction that they've been provided throughout the year, and we're rooting for all of those children. This governor has kicked off what he's referring to as the governor's performance cabinet, and it's designed to track the progress of the governor's 10 priorities. So we are, it's senior level staff from all the agencies who meet in sub-cabinet groups. Our work, they have identified is connected to 4 of the governor's priorities. That is education, child poverty, health, and jobs. So yesterday, I did a presentation to that cabinet around the strategies and key performance indicators that we are monitoring on a range of areas. And these are going to be monthly meetings. My topics included early childhood, literacy, college and career readiness, teacher preparation and retention, and community schools, just to name a few. So each time we were given metrics that we are to bring in and that the governor is going to be monitoring. And Maryland is the first state in the nation to host Youth Apprenticeship Week. And a representative from the United States Department of Education joined us on our first observance the week of May 6th. As you know, the blueprint calls for 45% of all high school graduates to earn an industry-recognized credential and or complete the high school level of a registered apprenticeship by 2030-31. So I want to share two outstanding apprenticeship programs with you that are currently in Maryland, preparing our students for careers after high school. The first is the Baltimore City Public Schools Youth Apprentice Program. I had the pleasure of being asked to attend their brunch luncheon. This time it was for 9 graduating seniors who had completed the program, and 2 of those apprentices, Jakai and Leonard, shared stories about the power of this apprenticeship on their lives, and I think that was the part of it that came through loud and clear. They talked about the technical skills that they had learned, no doubt. But they went beyond that and talked about how much this has boosted their confidence, how much these mentors who have been in working with them have become family and still lean in where these children are concerned. And I can tell you that there was not a dry eye in the house after these 2 young men spoke, and from the heart. And you can imagine standing up in front of a whole group of people and being that vulnerable. But I think that's huge for us. Our apprenticeship programs rely heavily on strong public-private partnerships, and Baltimore has Baltimore City Community College, the Annie E. Casey Foundation, and Baltimore Promise are all key partners in that. And I also want to recognize the Harford County Public School Apprentice Program, another example of the power of an effective apprentice program. We have a short video that will show you what this looks like in action and the impact it's having not only on students but on employers. And you'll see from the video how students are being prepared to move seamlessly from high school to careers with opportunities for advancement. With 165 apprentices, Harford County is one of the state school districts that's furthest along in meeting this goal. So I'll show the video.
Apprenticeships are powerful because they fully immerse students into a career and then also provide mentoring to them from a caring adult who's an expert in their chosen field. They afford students the ultimate on-the-job training and help cultivate deep industry knowledge. We offer students a number of career education opportunities to explore their interests, to connect with industry partners, who can then help shepherd them through this authentic learning experience and elevate their knowledge about the world of work.
There's a lot of different things that goes into it, so I have learned a lot of different things working in this apprenticeship and at that location.
With our partnership with Harford Community College, me as well as 9 other students are set to graduate on May 23rd with their associate's degree in our chosen pathway.
So traditionally, the interns are here to get coffee, they're here to run errands and do paper, but the talent that's produced from Harford County Public Schools, you look for those types of individuals, you have recruiting teams and people searching for those individuals, and they're right here in your backyard.
Apprenticeship Maryland is a high school student's golden ticket. It is their surefire route to a lifetime of career advancement because students are able to participate in an earn while you learn model while they're in high school alongside a caring adult and a trusted mentor.
Last year, in our first full year of implementation, we had 26 students. 15 of those were seniors, and we carried over 11 to this year. This year, we're really proud of the fact that we have 165 apprenticeship students in Harford County, and we can't wait to see where it grows from here.
Through the apprenticeship from HCPS, I was able to continue working at Lorien as an employee instead of an apprentice, being able to get my CNA GNA license.
Ever since I was a kid, I just like knowing how things worked and taking apart things, taking it down, fixing them, and this is just what I like to do. I've had a great experience with my mentors. They're helped me through everything, helped me figure out like what goes where, you know, how just the world works.
Harford County is really showing us the value that apprenticeships bring when the model is done right, when all people are invested. And there is such a clear value for apprenticeships across the state of Maryland for both employers and for young people. And we are so excited to see the way that this work grows in the years to come.
Very good. Well, we are privileged to have the superintendent from Harford County here. So Sean Bolson, if you would come up, say a few words for us.
Dr. Wright, thank you. And good to see everybody again. So I think in the state of Maryland, we've been fantastic at college readiness. And most of my career here, that's what we focused on. But over the last few years, transitioning to really leaning in on career readiness. And this is something where I believe we can develop a really powerful pathway to career readiness that is just as rigorous as what we've traditionally done in preparing students for college readiness. And you had a chance to see some of our amazing students. On May 8th, we held our first apprenticeship summit in Harford County, coordinated by our Harford Business Roundtable for Education. And in fact, the young man who was working in the pharmacy was one of our speakers there that day. And we have an amazing team. And what this has really done is it's energized our community. The businesses, you know we're recruiting. We have our apprenticeship coordinators whose job it is to both recruit businesses and recruit students and then match them. And this is what they do all the time. We have 7 apprenticeship coordinators, and so they're working full time. And of course, the video says we have 165, but we update our dashboard every Monday. So yesterday's data, we now have 172. We are not stopping. We graduate approximately 2,500 students each year. Our goal is that 50% of them at some point will have been through an apprenticeship. So we're a seventh of our way there. and so at the Apprenticeship Summit, I took a second to first, like all the businesses that are in the room, we asked them, please bring 4 or 5 friends next time because we're going to need to grow this. And that 172, we're going to reset because we have a new bunch of graduates coming through. And so it will, we're on a mission to really advance career readiness in alignment with the blueprint. So we're just excited about the work. It's energized our business community, but also our local government, our county executives. The county government has more than a dozen apprentices working for them. We have them in the schools. We have them in sort of every corner of the district. Our students at one of our schools created a heat map that shows you where all of our apprenticeships are, where their positions are, so you can find that on our website also. So
that's cool.
I'll stop there. I'm just really excited. This is something that, we're really pleased with the work that's going on, but we know we have a lot more to do.
I didn't know if you wanted, anybody who had any questions for the superintendent while he's here?
Anyone? Questions? Dr. Getty.
Just a curiosity question. I used to be an internship coordinator. How have you gotten the business community to switch from an internship, non-paid position to embrace the paid apprenticeship?
I think one of the benefits of such a tight labor market is that the businesses are a little more hungry for really quality, for quality employees. And so that's definitely been part of it. Because you see, our apprentices are going in. We saw Dondre there, who was one of the apprentices. He's the leader because the company they have, they actually put together 4 of the military contractors that work outside APG. And he's one of 4, and their apprentices go through all 4. And he's one of the leaders who coordinated that group. So we've had some creative things happening. So we have students who spend a few weeks at each of 4 businesses that are military contractors, or defense contractors, sorry. And so it's been a little different everywhere. It has been a little tricky internally because we've wanted to have our own apprentices to find the funds to pay the minimum wage, which is required for the apprenticeship. But like I said, the current market conditions, I think, are probably the biggest thing that's allowed us to turn that corner.
Other questions? Yes, Ms. Chang.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation and sharing the growth of the program. And one quick question, do you see a trend in certain tracks that attract more students for apprenticeship?
I think it's a function. The thing about this is you're always parent matching, right? There's what's available in the community to host an apprentice versus what the students are interested in. With 172, we have a few in everything. We know that healthcare is a huge growing area, so there's a lot of interest there. But because we have the defense contract industry, we have many students engaged in cybersecurity because we have a number of programs that do that. And so we really are finding students, you know, all the way across the spectrum. So it hasn't really sort of gone into one specific area yet, but it's been interesting, again, through the summit we had, to show employers that just about any business can do an apprenticeship, because we've have businesses with 1 or 2 employees bringing in apprentices, and we have obviously much larger employers doing it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. It's really appreciated, and that speaks volumes that you've been able to continue to grow your program. So we'll probably have you back to let us know in the upcoming months how well it's going.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Sean.
you. Thank you all. Take care.
But I also want to recognize folks that are kind of behind the scenes from MSDE who do this work so well and are out and about trying to create these pathways as well. So Richard Kincaid, who is our Senior Executive Director for College and Career Pathways, Tracy Kittle, who you saw on the video, who's the Director of Apprenticeships and Industry Recognized Credentials, and Dr. Deanne Collins, obviously, who leads this work as the Deputy Superintendent. So hats off to all those folks and all your teams.
Please.
So thank you for the work you
Please,
do.
please stand. So we'll know who-
Yeah, please stand, that's right. These are good. Thanks, and that concludes my update.
Excellent. I'll open it to questions to board members in just a second. I do want to, you've been up to a lot, Dr. Wright. Dialing back to one of the earlier items around the blueprint review plans, just want to acknowledge and thank your leadership in ensuring that this is a collaborative process, truly moving in partnership with AIB and with the school districts. The implementation can be messy, and just want to acknowledge your leadership in that being a coordinated process with all entities involved. So just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, and the credit really does go to the team because they went above and beyond the call of duty, even in trying to norm across reviewers, which had not been done previously, so that if you're looking at a certain item, everybody's looking at that item, reviewing it with the same criteria. So they've done an amazing job in getting this done. So credit goes to staff, but thank you.
Excellent. I do want to acknowledge we have board member Paul has joined us. Welcome. We see you virtually. Thank you for joining us. And I'll open it up to board members. Any questions, comments, follow up on any of the items that Dr. Wright brought to our attention in the superintendent's update? Ms. McCusker.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank you for being a very visible presence in the education community. When you give your reports and we get our email and stuff, I'm like, my gosh, she goes to everything. You do. You go to everything. You're there. You are a visible presence in the community, and I think that matters. I think it puts education in the forefront of people's minds when they have a face to connect to the idea of education, and it makes it easier to support the work when you have a relationship with the person who is leading the work. So I know you have to be ridiculously busy, but I think it's a really positive thing, and I appreciate that you are the face of MSDE and you show up.
Great. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, with that, we will move on to our priority items for the day. Our next agenda item is a blueprint update specifically on Maryland Excels and Maryland Accreditation. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Wright to introduce our staff on this.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Dr. Shana Cook, who you all know very well, who leads this work, and Ms. Jenna Smith, and they're going to bring you up to date.
All right, we're waiting to get the PowerPoint up, so just give us a minute. This one. Can they see it? All right. Good morning, Dr. Michael and the board. We are very excited to talk with you today about a branch in the Division of Early Childhood called the Quality Improvement Initiatives, which Jenna Smith oversees. And under the Quality Improvement Initiatives, there are two major initiatives that we have that improve quality from birth through pre-K and kindergarten entry. And that those two programs are Maryland Excels and Maryland Accreditation. And we're excited to talk with you about these two initiatives, which are key components of the blueprint, but are just key components of early childhood in general, because we want to ensure that each and every child has access to high quality early learning environments and educators. All right, Jenna. Today, we're going to talk with you about Maryland Excels. We're going to dig into our really great news, which is the increased number of high quality early care and education programs across the state. We'll then shift and talk about Maryland Accreditation, which is another program, and we'll talk specifically about the growth in the number of accredited programs across the state. Ready? Okay. Good morning. So Maryland Excels is Maryland's Quality Rating and Improvement System, or QRIS. It's for licensed childcare, registered family homes, public pre-kindergarten, and school-age-only programs. QRIS is an approach to assess, improve, and communicate the level of quality in early care and education programs. Maryland Excels is actually an online block-rated system. We rate programs from a 1 to a 5, with 5 being the highest, and those are our programs who have pursued and achieved either Maryland Accreditation or another recognized national accreditation. Programs participating in Maryland Excels have access to a variety of resources, including regional quality assurance staff that support programs with ongoing program improvement planning, professional development, and the implementation to achieve Maryland Excels ratings. And just to give you a picture of this, when a family goes to visit a program, they often have some signage up so that they know, oh, this program's a quality rating 4. I'm headed to a high quality program in our state. So a lot of this is about parent education and helping them be able to make decisions about what's the best fit for their child in terms of quality. Maryland Excels was developed with Race to the Top Early Learning Challenge funds in 2013. We were open to the public for those who were eligible to participate. On July 1st of 2013, we had 331 programs participating in Maryland Excels. And since then, we have been able to see huge growth in regards to the participation in our program. Currently, with 82% of all of our licensed child care centers participating, and we finally got over the hump of the 50% that we were lingering for a long time with our family child care homes, and are proud to say that 60% of our family child care homes are currently participating in Maryland Excels. I am also thrilled to be able to say that as a voluntary quality rating and improvement system, Maryland's providers have always been excited and eager to participate in quality improvement and incentive opportunities, which is the reason why Maryland has one of the highest percentages of participation across the nation in voluntary quality rating and improvement systems. And we've been able to maintain that great level of success for a number of years. One of the things that's important about understanding participation is that programs, as I've said, in this block-rated system are able to publish ratings of 1 to 5. Upon the acceptance of an application, programs have 12 months to access a variety of our resources so that they can publish a quality rating of 1 through 5. We do define quality as our programs that are published at a rating of 3, 4, and 5, because those are programs who are now in the self-assessment and program assessment phase, where program improvement planning is ongoing, accreditation is a pathway that they're looking at, and we're also looking at being able to advance and increase teacher credentials in both our childcare programs as well as in our public pre-kindergarten programs. And so participation requires our programs to not only publish a rating, but maintain a rating. And so one of the things that we really have been most proud about is to be able to see the growth, particularly in our family child care programs, who have shown an extensive amount of commitment to increasing quality ratings, with 514 of our family child care homes here published in the state of Maryland at a quality rating of 3, 4, and 5. And so we are encouraged by these numbers as they continue to grow as a goal of Maryland to be able to increase access and equity to early childhood programs that are quality-based throughout the state. For our public pre-kindergarten participation in Maryland Excels, you can see that that also has had a huge uptick. Requirements in Blueprint, prior to that, pre-K expansion grant funding did require and does require Maryland Excels participation, and so therefore an increased number of our public pre-kindergarten programs have begun to pursue participation and ratings in Maryland Excels. Big news is Maryland Excels bonuses. The majority of quality rating and improvement systems across the country have used financial incentives in one way or another to motivate programs to participate and to motivate programs to look at how it is that they can increase their program's quality. Maryland has been able to provide bonuses over a duration of time. In 2013, in 2013, when we first began participation, we were able to provide bonuses for 2 years. Then that stopped for a little while, and it was, go get them through not financial incentives, but we were still able to keep participation up and ratings increasing. We were able to bring back bonuses in 2018, and then thanks to Blueprint funding, we were able to bring bonuses back for FY23 in much larger rates than what we had been able to pay before. And in FY24, we provided a huge increase in bonuses. Looking at national trends in what other states were being able to provide to their programs to increase ratings, Maryland was able to use the Blueprint funds that had been set aside for bonuses to enhance financial incentives to some of the largest incentives across the nation for participation. Programs who publish a first-time quality rating, higher quality rating, or maintain a quality rating of 4 or 5 are eligible for these bonuses.
And you'll see the market increase in the bonuses, and what that does is not only serves as an incentive, but allows programs to invest back into themselves and improve quality.
So we have had the ability to survey and interview over the past 2 years our programs that have been receiving bonuses, as well as those who have not, and be able to get information as to what types of incentives, resources, and information they would actually benefit from to want to increase their quality rating and or begin to participate in Maryland Excels. So bonuses have been used to purchase new equipment, to support staff benefits, to offset tuition payments for families, and in a variety of ways. We provided just over 1,000 bonuses in FY23, and we are really, really excited about where we are with our bonus distribution for this fiscal year. So up through April 30th of 2024, we did award up to we have awarded 1,000 bonuses, and I was so excited to look at May data because just in the first 2 weeks of May, we have 64 additional programs who have either published first-time ratings or have published higher ratings, who are then eligible for bonuses. So I'm thrilled to say that I think by the time we get to June 30, we're going to say that 1028 from last year is a number that we're just going to keep watching grow. We really are excited about our program seeing these larger bonus amounts as an opportunity to increase their program's quality. But I think one of the things that's really important about those larger bonus amounts is the fact that we worked really hard to make sure that the bonuses had equitable distribution. Back in that chart that showed $50 as the first bonus back in 2013 up to $1,000 to in 2024, we were able to make things much more level for our family child care community against our smaller child care centers. So there was a very big discrepancy between the amount of money that was paid in bonuses to our family child care and large family child care homes. And the FY24 bonuses allowed for us to even that playing field, which in turn has allowed for more of our family child care providers to reach out to look at additional resources that will support their program's ongoing quality improvement. And most importantly, help our family child care community become part of the mixed delivery system as we look to expand access for 4-year-old children.
3-year-olds.
And 3-year-olds. So just a quick glimpse at where we were from July to where we are in April in regards to, while it's small numbers can equal big things. In July, 17 programs published a first-time rating, and 35 programs increased their rating or maintained a 4 or 5. In comparison to April, where 33 programs published first-time ratings, and 71 of those programs increased their ratings or maintained a 4 or 5. And so maybe summer vacation, but most importantly, I think just the push over the past several months about financial incentive as well as additional resources being provided to our community has really supported ongoing commitment to quality. Beginning in 2002 and FY22 and FY23, we began hosting focus groups and surveying our stakeholder community to be able to support a revision of the current Maryland Excels standards. Maryland Excels has 4 rubrics of standards to be able to support the different program types. So child care centers, family child care, public pre-K, and school age all have their own sets of standards so that way we are able to meet the uniqueness of each of those program types in their pursuit of quality. In looking at the Maryland Excel standards, we were looking at our ability to lessen the burden on participants and to be able to move from multiple subcontent areas that required multiple pieces of evidence to a smaller pool of more important subcontent areas and better pieces of evidence, I guess you would say, in regards to be able to allow for programs to be able to be individual to their program, to be specific for their children and their families' needs, and still be able to demonstrate best practices within whichever rubric it is that their program type was. We also, though, wanted to make sure in the revision of our standards was that we were making sure that things were no longer duplicated. Whether that's something that is done by our licensing specialist during inspections should not be duplicated in a quality rating and improvement system, as that's already documentation that we already have, but also for our programs who are pursuing accreditation and ensuring that there is a strong alignment between quality rating and improvement standards and those not just for Maryland accreditation, but for multiple national accreditation organizations that are recognized by the Maryland State Department of Education, so that duplication is not a part of quality rating and improvement system. If you've submitted lesson plans for accreditation, you shouldn't have to submit lesson plans for Maryland Excels. And so we're looking at how it is that we can ease the burden of duplication for our programs, but most importantly, make the process of participating in Maryland Excels a learning and self-assessment and opportunity to be able to plan for continuous quality improvement.
And wait, real quick. And when we do make those revisions final, we will be coming back to the board and sharing those revisions and getting feedback and approval from the board at that time.
We are really looking forward to an event that we're going to have next week where we're going to bring our stakeholders back in to be able to provide some feedback. And as Dr. Cook had said, being able to bring those final recommended revisions both to the Maryland State Department of Education as well as to the board for approval, with the hopes of being able to implement these revisions in late fiscal year 25. It'll be a roll-through process. We're not going to, again, burden and we're not going to make this any more difficult in a transition of standards. We actually are looking forward to this revision because it's actually going to make participation easier. So a few standard revisions that actually went into place in 2023, just so that we can talk real quickly about how small changes make big differences. Prior to July of 2023, programs needed to be open and operating for more than 6 months in order to publish a quality rating higher than a 1. And what that actually limited our programs to do was to receive Maryland Excels payments, which are differentials that are attached to children's scholarships for programs that are published at a quality rating of 3, 4, or 5. And those differentials can go from 10 to 44% based upon the age of the child, program type, and your quality rating. So to prevent our newly opened and operating programs, that financial incentive was just not good customer service. And so we looked at how it was that we could change that. And that was strictly based upon stakeholder feedback, particularly our very successful child care centers who were looking to help to support the need for increased capacity by opening new programs. And this was an opportunity for us to support those. One of the other revisions that we made in March of 2023 was to allow for programs to meet requirements of a quality rate at 4 by beginning the pursuit of accreditation, as opposed to needing to get just about across that finish line, which we had had in the standards before. And putting that one change in place in March allowed for 25 programs last April to publish first-time quality rating 4, which not only meant that they met blueprint requirements for pre-K expansion and those timelines, but it also allowed for our programs to receive increased financial incentive, not just through a bonus, but through the differential of the Maryland Excels payments. So the next program.
Yeah, now we're going to transition to talk about Maryland Accreditation, which is just one accreditation pathway in our state. And Maryland Accreditation specifically focuses on child care centers and public pre-K programs. You'll notice family child care is not a part of this because currently family child care is being accredited by the National Association of Family Child Care, which is a national accrediting body. And for instance, Montessori programs are not accredited typically by Maryland Accreditation because they also have their own separate accrediting body. So there's many different accrediting bodies, and this is just an additional pathway for programs to pursue. And under Maryland Accreditation, it's done by a classroom basis, and it includes a set of accreditation standards, a self-appraisal, program improvement plans, and also really important, a validation visit for us to observe what's happening in the classroom and to see how student-child interactions are, to see the quality of the program for children and families.
So participation in Maryland Accreditation has really skyrocketed. As an option, as Dr. Cook said, one option of accreditation here in Maryland. Maryland is one of just a few states who took it upon themselves several years ago to create their own accreditation pathway. And it has proven to be a very successful program for our programs here in Maryland to participate in. We've seen huge growth in regards to the numbers of programs who are currently in a form of accreditation cycle, which means that they could have just started the process and are not yet accredited. They could have received decisions other than a 1 and are still working towards becoming accredited. But we currently have 209 child care centers here in Maryland that hold Maryland accreditation and 286 public pre-kindergarten programs, with a total of over 1,000 programs currently participating, which is huge in regards to where we had been before. One of the most important things that we've really had to take into consideration as our numbers were growing in regards to programs participating in accreditation was, what was it that we needed to do in order to make their experience through the accreditation process a successful one. So back in 2021, we required programs to have program improvement visits as part of the accreditation process. This was prior to the validation visit. And so for a number of our programs who have been accredited with Maryland for multiple years, they saw that as just one extra thing that they needed to prepare for, that their teachers needed to have to stress about, and yet they were able to still go through this process, that they didn't quite need a program improvement plan visit as part of their process. And so we removed those program improvement visits and we replaced it with optional remote technical assistance, where programs would be able to submit specific standards that they had questions about, so that that way we could provide guidance and resource. In 2023, the Maryland Accreditation was reintroduced as a self-paced, mobile-friendly online orientation. This used to be something that was scheduled monthly, so therefore if you weren't available from 10 to 12 or 1 to 3, it was going to be difficult for you to meet the requirements of attending the orientation, which is the first part of the accreditation process. And so moving it to an online platform has allowed for programs to conduct the orientation at a self-paced rate, allowing people to do things within their own timeline. Even though we removed the program improvement visit, the technical assistance optional of just being a phone or a video call, programs still wanted people to come out if they needed help. And so we recently brought back the ability for people to request in-person technical assistance visits, so that those 1,000 programs that are currently somewhere in a cycle, if they really do want somebody to come out and see things ahead of time, we are now providing that as an option. And in 2020, and this past April, we migrated over to a new online system, which is not only aesthetically pleasing, it's very much more user-friendly, it's faster paced, things are all in a beautiful dashboard, people can stay much more focused and organized on where they are in the path. And then most importantly, in May of 2024, based upon stakeholder feedback, we were able to move the Maryland, we extended Maryland accreditation from a 3-year accreditation to a 5-year accreditation, which is in line with the majority of the national accrediting organizations that Maryland State Department of Education recognizes. But looking at the number of programs that are currently participating in Maryland accreditation, the one thing that they always said was that we feel like we're constantly in this cycle. And so extending it out to 5 years allows for programs to really look at continuous quality improvement, looking at annual updates, ensuring that they're meeting the standards, but not having to move underneath this very strenuous timeline of an every 3-year status. So moving to 5 years has been wonderful. I was recently telling Dr. Cook, Nicole Johnson, who is our accreditation manager, sends these wonderful welcome and congratulation emails to all of our programs who achieve accreditation, and I'm lucky to be part of those emails. And the one thing that we keep getting back is, it is just a breath of fresh air to see 5 years and not 3 years. I can actually breathe for a minute. And so to know that our early childhood community is not just committed to quality, but that we're committed to helping them get there, is just one more great piece of how it is that we are working towards increasing early childhood programs across the state of Maryland and allowing all of our families to be able to choose high quality regardless of where they live or their income.
That concludes our presentation, and we're open to take questions. We're very much excited about the growth of both of these programs and wanted to share that with the board.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Cook, and Ms. Smith. Thank you for the presentation and for all of your work. I know we are delighted to hear you talking about how we're able to really lower the burden on our child care providers while increasing the quality of what's actually going on. Can you give us and the public just, I'm going to ask a couple questions for you to help frame. You guys are in this all the time, and we are not. 2 points of clarification. The first is, can you help us understand, so to somebody walking in, these are both in the realm of quality improvement programs.
Correct.
Functionally, why do we have 2 different systems, and what accreditation, what do they serve, and why do we, what is the purpose of having accreditation and Excels as 2 kind of systems that work above licensing?
Got it. I'll start and then Jenna can finish. So when we license or register a program, we're just looking for basic health, safety, and well-being for children. And so that's just kind of our baseline level of quality. But quality extends well beyond that, as we know, in terms of not only having childcare, but also having education be a part of programs, and which is why we typically say early care and education programs, just for clarity. And what quality rating and improvement systems do around the country is they support programs on a pathway towards quality, and they also serve as consumer education for the public so that they know what kind of program they're entering. And so typically in most states, there are quality rating and improvement systems. Ours is called Maryland Excels. Once you have a quality rating and improvement system, accreditation is a component of that. So accreditation, I wouldn't view it as a separate initiative. It's a component of the quality rating and improvement system. And one way to get to a level 5 in quality, which is the top level of quality, is to become accredited, but that's not it. In Maryland, there's some other aspects too and other standards that need to be met beyond accreditation. That's how we can ensure to families across the state that this program is meeting all of the best practices in early childhood education and is really serving children, not only in the classroom, but in a systemic way across the early childhood program, no matter the setting, whether it's family childcare center, Head Start, or a public school system. Accreditation, I would look at it as there are many different types of accreditation. Early childhood, unlike K-12, just has many more settings. So there's family childcare, there's childcare centers, Head Start, there's different settings. And although across, and you'll see that when you look at the standards, across all these settings, there are some baseline standards that are apparent across all the different settings. There are nuances on what are best practices in different types of programs. And so accrediting bodies, there are many different national accrediting bodies. There's like over 24 or 25. And what Maryland Accreditation does for our programs in Maryland is it gives them another pathway, another avenue towards accreditation, and it gives them some more technical assistance and support that they may not get from a national level organization. So if you're an organization, if you're a child care center, for instance, you could pursue Maryland accreditation, or you could pursue the National Association for the Education of Young Children, or NACCE accreditation. So there's many different choices. This is just an additional pathway and on-ramp for our programs.
Excellent. So would it be fair to say that doing the Maryland accreditation is maybe it is optional in terms of which one you choose to do?
Yes.
The Excels framework is more required
Correct.
to unlock quality, the other pieces of quality, pre-K, the incentives, all those pieces.
Correct, which is why in regulation, Maryland excels is in the regs. And any revisions we're going to be doing, we're going to come back to the board to present those and get approval from the board. Whereas Maryland accreditation is another pathway as a part of the quality rating and improvement system.
Great. The second question, again, you all are in this every day, and you're talking about a scale of 1 to 5 for us, and we would love more childcare to be, and centers to be at 4 and 5. Can you give us, not comprehensively, but walk us through, like, what's the difference between a 1 and a 2?
Sure.
And help us. I know there are some key markers along the way. Help us understand, and the public, kind of the difference between some of those.
Sure. So as Dr. Cook started, we start with licensing as the foundation. For our level 1 programs, they've submitted to us a handbook that they share with their parents that support health and safety as well as inclusion policies. They've submitted a daily schedule that shows that they focus on individualization, small and large group learning. They also have provided positive guidance policies that look at how it is that they provide redirection and choices to children throughout the day. They also have a registration process in which parents are informed of their ability to be able to request for parent-teacher conferences, as well as identify any IFSPs or IEPs that children may have, and how it is that the provider can support the goals of that documentation, as well as work with the specialists that may have been already assigned to children. So that's a level 1, right? So you're looking at about 5 pieces of evidence. If we skip up to a level 3, we're looking at programs who have conducted a self-assessment. They have developed a program improvement plan. They are conducting observations and assessments on an ongoing basis with their children. They are developing lesson plans that are aligned with the Maryland Early Learning Standards. Their staff are typically credentialed at a level 3 or higher or pursuit of their CDA. They also have established staff policies that support benefit packages as well as ongoing teacher evaluation and professional development planning. These are also programs that are participating in CACFP and are following nutrition policies.
Make acronyms.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
the Child Care and Adult Food Program. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. And they also, though, are looking at how it is that they can engage families through multiple avenues in their program. So outside of muffins for moms and donuts for dads, which are great, but other opportunities for parents to volunteer in their classroom. Now we can move to a level 4, which are programs that have committed to pursuing accreditation. And as stated in that little revision tweak that we made in 2023 to be able to acknowledge pursuit of accreditation at a quality rated 4. So these are programs who may have started the self-assessment process for one of the several accrediting organizations that we recognize. They also have a curriculum that is aligned with the Maryland Early Learning Standards that's being implemented in their program. They're looking at multilingual learners. They're looking at making sure that their lesson plans are culturally competent and inclusive. And then for our level 5 programs, those are our programs who have achieved accreditation. They also have staff that are at a level 4+ or higher and or have associate's degrees in those classrooms. And then also they've developed a number of policies and procedures that look at how it is that they can report back child development and goals to their families, and looking at how it is that they can streamline both their parent policies and their staff policies to support a very inclusive environment.
And we've done some work, and we're going to continue to do more on communicating this to families and helping them better understand the levels of quality. Jenna's team's created toolkits to help families understand these. And there's also been a lot of short little videos on Maryland Public Television as well to explain to families what's the difference in quality and what should you be looking for when you're looking for a early care and education program for your child.
Excellent. Thank you for catching us up to speed.
All right. Thanks.
Board members, questions? Ms. McCusker.
Okay, I'm going to show what I don't know. So when you say the number of public pre-K, do you mean a pre-K in a public school? Okay.
We will clarify that in the slides, I guess, publicly funded pre-K. So a pre-K program, whether it's private, no matter the setting, school-based, center, Head Start, family child care, but they're publicly funded by the state.
Okay, so they aren't necessarily the ones that are in, like my school where I teach, there's a pre-K there.
Yes, so they would be the ones in the school.
They would. So in the schools, so they have a separate rating and accreditation for that one classroom in the public school, because that's where I'm.
So as part of Maryland Excels, there are different pathways based on setting. So what you might do in a classroom in a public school in terms of practice might look a little bit different than in a family child care home where you have 3 students who are 4 years old that you're working with.
Right.
So there's slight nuances, and to account for that, it's really an equity proposition. We have to ensure that we're being equitable and we're not looking at everything as if it's the same environment, and look at the differentiation between environments.
Okay.
Did that help?
So just to be clear, so you're saying publicly funded pre-K, whether it's in a school or whether it's in a family care center, both are publicly funded.
Correct.
Does that
Correct,
help?
with state dollars. And so, however, by setting, when we're looking at it for Excels, there might be some slightly different standards based on the setting. Does that help?
Yes, that makes sense. But I think what I'm trying to figure out is if the pre-K in my school,
Yes.
Yes, that's the
that they have,
Yes.
they're part of this rating
Yes.
system.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
that's what I was trying
Sorry.
to. No,
Sorry,
I
think I
don't.
overcomplicated it.
I think,
Sorry.
if I may, I think one of the things that we use to identify the types of programs they are is based upon license number and school approval number. So if licensing here at the Maryland State Department of Education has issued you a license as a child care center, a license as a school age only program, a registration as a family care or large family child care home, you're going to fall underneath those rubrics. If you have a school approval number for which you operate, because we also have Head Start programs that that work under a school approval number. If you use a school approval number as your identifier, because that is how you're identified in our system, then you will fall underneath what we would call the public pre-K standards. And so that is where those programs would fall. So some of them could be Head Start, some of them technically could be community-based if they are under a school approval number as their authorization, if that helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I was trying to wrap my head around whether or not the individual classrooms in public schools work towards Excel's ratings.
They do.
They do.
And our
Okay.
public pre-K programs, so those school approval numbers, those programs publish at either a quality rating of 4 or 5. Those are actually their options, just based upon the fact that we know that the staggered of 1 to 5 for our child care centers allows for entry level and then growth, where our public schools, our public pre-K programs come in obviously a little higher in regards to where it is that we feel that they can demonstrate standards.
Right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'll just add, I had Dr. Wright and I had the privilege to attend a conference yesterday, and we heard from the Assistant Secretary for Early Childhood Education from the U.S. Department of Education. And one of the comments she made is that our work in early childhood is so much of bridging systems that once operated in very different places in government. And so the and the point of me saying this is the clarifying question you're asking, Ms. McCusker. This is the work that we're all doing, and we all need to engage to understand and really bring coherence to the systems that govern and how we understand these systems, early learning into K-12. And so there are no stupid questions, and in particular here, these questions that we're asking help us build that shared understanding as we really understand early care to truly be early learning. So thank you for your question. We've got a couple questions online. I'll start with Mr. Greer.
Thank you, Vice President Michael. So this is kind of a follow-up to, or like one layer deeper to the question that you were asking. Thank you, team, for the presentation. Didn't know that much about Maryland Excels. I think it's a great program. Tell me, what's more important? Is it programs moving from a 1-2 to a 3-4-5? Or is it more important to have more programs participating in the program and entering as a 1-2 in order to then go up from there?
So I'm going to go, it's important for our programs they're both very important.
Sure.
When we're looking at a goal, though, of increasing access, one of the things that we actually are working on is increasing our participation, particularly in areas across the state that have had low participation rates since 2013, and those reasons are varied. And so by increasing the capacity, it means that we have more families who can choose programs that are participating in Maryland Excels, because families with child care scholarships need to go to a program that's participating in Maryland Excels in order for that scholarship to be reimbursed. And so we need to start with having enough doors available for families to walk into. And then when we have those doors, we can walk into those doors and help those programs establish a quality rating of 1, and then help them plot and plan how they're going to move up into higher levels. I mean, the goal is to obviously have the majority of our published programs at quality ratings of 3, 4, and 5, because it means they're doing a variety of things within those programs on a daily basis that we all know will benefit the children that they are serving. But to get them in first is very important. We have very high levels of participation in certain areas of the state. Baltimore City, in fact, has close to 93% of their licensed child care programs and registered family homes are participating in Maryland Excels. We have places where there's 100% participation, and a number of those programs are published at very high ratings. But then we also have these discrepancies where we have zip codes where the majority are just a published quality rated 1. And so we are looking at a variety of opportunities, I think, to do both things, Mr. Greer, which is to increase the participation, but also to support the increase in levels. And trying to do that at the same time can seem a little cumbersome, but we have some really great plans and resources that we provide to our programs to help ease the pathway to being able to participate and increase ratings.
And I don't want Jenna to sell her team short. They've actually looked at mapping tools, and they've zoned into zip codes, census blocks, looked at how long programs have sat at level 1 and have targeted them, just simple outreach and saying we're here to help and we're, supportive.
And how we can collaborate. And looking at very targeted zip codes where is there a library? Is there a resource center? Is there a Patty Center? Is there a Judy Center? How is it that we can bring a variety of community initiatives and education-based initiatives and family initiatives together to be able to support community growth in early childhood? So looking at a variety of outlets for that.
Yeah, and what I suspected was having more programs kind of enter at once so you can begin to support them and grow and everything. I know it's a dual approach, and applaud the work that Jenna, you and the team are doing. The challenge I guess I would issue is, do we understand quite yet? No need to answer this question, but I think just think about this. Does the bonus structure, is it the right incentive for getting more programs in and entering? And I would start to ask maybe some of those programs that we've seen in Baltimore City that are in, when you have high participation rates, better understand what brought them in, what got them in, and is it the bonus alone? Is it something additional? Is it a bunch of other multi-factor, and then start to press towards that to get more programs entered so we can begin to get them towards 3, 4, and 5.
Yes, absolutely. And that is definitely something that we're looking at through a variety of surveys, as well as just anecdotal information of working with these programs for over 10 years now in these communities, as well as just looking at trends nationally as to what might have worked in one state that we might be able to bring here. And so we really do look towards our neighbors and their success, as well as looking intrinsically into what we know we've been able to do right, but what we could also do a whole lot better.
Excellent. Mr. Greer, any other questions at the moment?
No, that's it.
Great. Excellent. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Dr. Michaels. My question is basically, first of all, this is great. The slide I'm most pumped up about is slide 4, where there's that steady increase in participation. So cool. I'm curious, just to follow on to some of the other questions here, if you could characterize briefly some of the reasons why, at least you understand, licensed programs would choose not to participate at all. What's your sense, or what are a couple of the big ones? I can imagine one being, well, we're looking at the requirements to get the bonus, and we're not going to make that, so why bother? What are some of the other reasons that programs are choosing not to even walk in the door, just sort of qualitatively?
Sure. So in 2013, when Maryland Excels became a voluntary program for anyone who was eligible to participate, in 2015 was actually when we put forth the regulation where programs needed to be participating in Maryland Excels in order to receive scholarship reimbursement. And we did a lot of marketing and communication that pushed that if you currently have children in your care with scholarship, then you need to come into Maryland Excels. And so I think there's a lot of our providers whom, either because of where they live or just in past experience, that have chosen to not enroll children in their programs with child care scholarship, or don't have the opportunity to enroll children in their programs with child care scholarship, that they didn't necessarily see participation as something that they needed to do, right? They weren't using it as a business model for enrollment. A number of our, in certain areas where they may not have waiting lists, they may have, just the families are just, they're enrolling in their program and they don't see this as a need to market. We also had a number of programs who also felt that they may only be able to meet lower quality rating standards for a variety of reasons, and didn't want to be in a comparison chart of those programs up the street that might be a 3 or a 4 where they aren't. One of the things, though, that we did realize was that programs published quality rating 1s regardless of what other programs published, and some of them have held on to those quality rated 1s, and we're trying to move them up. But one of the things, though, that I think we can say, Mr. Paul, is that with the increased rate of scholarship reimbursement and the change of the income guidelines for families to be eligible for scholarship, there are now more families who were already enrolled in programs that may have been paying full price for their care that are now eligible for scholarship, which is pushing the market to actually have to have more programs participating in Maryland Excels. And so we're seeing a little bit of a shift where that I'm not going to have children with scholarship in my program, so I don't need to participate. That's kind of changing a little bit now as just a larger business model with more families in Maryland being eligible. But I also think, though, that some of our providers, they don't, maybe it's time, maybe it's just not really wanting to sit down with a quality assurance specialist. They're already working on maintaining their license and compliance and their ongoing professional development. So I think there's a variety of reasons for why, but I think one of the biggest pieces was that programs immediately associated Excels with scholarship, and if they didn't have one, then they didn't need the other. But a number of our programs recognize the fact that we provide a variety of bonuses, not just financial incentives, but support and resources and marketing tools that, regardless of children with scholarship being in your program, participating in Maryland Excels is an actual great business model for our early care and education community.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Paul, do you have any other questions? Okay.
No, thank you. Great answer. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Dr. Getty next.
Hi, thanks a lot for your presentation. I have one comment, one concern. My comment is, a year ago, my daughter was looking for childcare in Montgomery County, and you can imagine what an overwhelming process that is to look for infant care. And through earlier presentations, I was able to give her the Excel process and everything, and she picked a childcare that's rated as a 5, and it is the most phenomenal place. The state-of-art facility, the quality of teachers, the materials present, the relationships. I could deem it a 5 without your expertise. So I really thank you for these kind of presentations and how it spreads outward to people using them to choose childcare. My next thing is a concern. I would like to request that MSDE bring forth some of the accreditation processes and policies and pull it into regulation. No criticism whatsoever of the policies, particularly the new 3-year to 5-year accreditation timeline, perfectly okay. Just in a spirit of transparency, and the more we can do to make the parents, the general public, the facilities, everybody have access to that information, I think the better process.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Dr. Getty.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
that, Dr. Getty.
Ms. Chang.
Thank you for the presentation. It just kind of rings the bell when you say about the mapping, where are the
Yes.
centers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. I would just kind of try to push it a little bit. You know, when the baby was born, you know, they need to register in the birth registrar in the state.
Yes.
So we can track and make the map so we can see where are the demand, where are...
Oh, we're doing that.
You know,
That's
we're doing
that's
that?
coming.
All right.
Coming soon. It's something that we're moving towards. Just what you said, a supply and demand study that also will have quality layered on it. We can also layer on some other data points like social vulnerability index, et cetera. But that's something where that's in the works and in
Awesome.
process. So we're really excited about that work.
Yeah, thank you so much for the work, because I do remember when we did the gallery walk a couple years back. Yeah, there are some areas, it's just that zone, no childcare whatsoever. But, you know, thank you for the information. But looking at the other question I have regarding slide number 15, yeah, we have the total number of participating programs, and they have childcare and the public pre-K. So the number doesn't add up, or where are the gap? Are they the family
So
child center?
right.
or-
So in slide 15, that's Maryland accreditation numbers, and so what you're looking at is the numbers under the child care center and the number under public pre-K are those who have an actual accreditation certificate. They have been awarded accreditation. The other, the total, that 1,000 number, are those that have not only been awarded accreditation, but that are currently in process. So you're looking at about 700 or so programs that have begun the accreditation process, but have not yet had a validation visit and have not been awarded accreditation. So we've got a number of programs that are currently in the self-appraisal process, and then we'll move into technical assistance and then final validation. And that spans about 2 years for most programs, in order for them to be able to meet the requirements of accreditation and be able to do it within an acceptable timeline.
Wonderful. They will keep you very, very busy.
Yes.
Thank you for the hard work.
Other questions? Just one quick one. Public pre-K excels, pre-K funding, and then pre-K expansion. What is the rating for those two programs, which are more and more becoming closely related? What is needed, so should we remember, to be eligible for public pre-K?
So to be eligible for state-funded pre-K in a public school setting, you are to have a quality rating 4 or 5, and then to be eligible for pre-K expansion, whether that's in a child care setting or family child care home, you are to be a rating 3, 4, or 5.
And what about publicly funded, privately delivered pre-K?
That would be, they would need to be at least a level 3 with a plan to get to a level 5 within 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
So that's public pre-K in a private setting. They need to be a 3,
Yes.
4, or 5.
Correct. That's correct.
Everybody catch that? We should know that. So let's just make sure we have that at our level. All right. Any final questions? Yes, Dr. Getty.
I'm going to plug the KRA stuff one more time, that if we know where the child is from, we can start to correlate between your Excel's rating and the school readiness issue. It should go hand in hand.
So there are lots of debates right now in the policy space about whether or not that correlates. One of the better processes that we've seen, for instance, in Massachusetts, particularly Boston, is this whole idea of a cohort model and following a cohort of children and making sure that children have a student ID number, even if they're in a private setting, and tracking those cohorts over time versus using KRA, which is a beginning of the year snapshot, as a metric. So if we could measure the progress of a cohort of students from mixed settings over time, that could get us some better information in terms of how to improve policies and implementation practices. But right now, most KRAs are not used that way because that's not the intention of the assessment. And there's some debates about that right now.
So this is complicated, but and this is one of those challenges, right? We don't have a tag necessarily on our students. We do once they get to public school and they're enrolled in a public school, but we don't necessarily when they're in childcare, or if I'm not sure, there's probably some gray area on privately delivered public pre-K. We probably don't need to get into it in this space. So I think you're good, but just for us, this is another part of the system that we are building. And we need to be mindful of, how much time we're spending tracking children, but also how do we make sure there's efficacy in the programs that we're doing. And so that's something for us to attend to as we continue to partner with staff in helping build this system. Any final questions? All right, well, Ms. Smith and Dr. Cook, thank you so much for this presentation. We really appreciate it. All right, we are moving to our last item for the morning. We will be taking up, we'll be receiving a presentation from Dr. Wright, Dr. Collins, and Dr. Smith on efforts to increase literacy outcomes in Maryland through a philanthropic partnership. So I will now turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. So to say that I have been looking forward to sharing this news, big news today around our literacy work is an understatement. So we are very excited. You're going to hear a lot more about it from the two folks that are sitting at the table. But we all know the power of the development of early literacy skills and the fact that it's such a strong predictor of achievement later in life, not only in reading but in mathematics. And also that these investments early on have a huge return on investment power. So the board adopted the resolution around the science of reading in January, and we have already taken many, many steps as a department to ensure our teachers and leaders have what they need to implement these practices. We've heard from teachers and leaders that they need access to high-quality training in the science of reading, and we've worked over the past few months to accomplish just that. So I am excited today to announce a $6.85 million multi-year philanthropic partnership with the nonprofit IBIS Group to increase literacy outcomes statewide. Through this grant, we are able to provide access to a Science of Reading Micro-Credential to over 30,000 Maryland educators, administrators, and paraprofessionals free of charge, starting July 1. Yes, exactly, 300,000. So over the next 4 years, our teachers and leaders who complete the Science of Reading a Micro-Credential will earn continuing education credits. And this is a flexible virtual program, so they're going to be able to make their own schedule and complete this coursework at their own pace and when they want to. And when they do, and their students demonstrate higher results in reading proficiency, they're going to become those teachers that other educators really look toward, the leaders of an education movement. To make this possible, a number of individuals and organizations have come together. We've had some truly incredible collaborators on this. The State University of New York, SUNY New Paltz, and the AIM Institute for Learning and Research have developed this micro-credential based on their work in the field. Research experts from Johns Hopkins University Center for Education Policy will lead a study to assess the impact. Governor Moore and his team have supported us in forging this partnership, and our funding partners from IBIS Group have helped us to bring these plans to fruition. To say that we are so grateful for these generous contributions is an understatement. Our literacy team has worked to align this to our broader literacy work across the state and to the goals of our strategic plan. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Collins, our Deputy State Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and Dr. Jeanette Smith, who's the Executive Director of Literacy Programs and Initiatives, to share more about this amazing opportunity that we've been presented.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We are super duper excited. I told you we're busy over here. Yeah. So Dr. Smith and I are just going to give you an overview of the partnership, reiterate a little bit of what Dr. Wright talked about, talk about the professional development and how we're going to build capacity of leaders, and then talk about the partnership. So as Dr. Wright spoke to you about the amount of the award, we're super excited because, as you all know, the board passed a resolution that is focused on the science of reading. And this partnership, the work that it will focus on, will help continue to signal this sense of urgency to make sure that students are literate, right? It sets the stage for all the other skills that students need, and so we are super excited. It's broken up into actually 3 different pots, but here you see two, a little over $5 million around professional learning that's grounded in the science of reading and targeting elementary and secondary teachers and leaders. And then there's another investment. We're excited to be partnering with Johns Hopkins, who will help evaluate the impact. So looking at the literacy development program, background knowledge, and efficacy. And that's really, really important, right? Because we want to make sure that we are have an understanding of the benefits of this investment, because we believe that it's going to make a difference. So we want to make sure that we can work with a partner who will help us to assess that. As Dr. Wright mentioned, we are so thankful to the IBIS Group for organizing and facilitating this partnership. I know Alex Reese, our Chief of Staff, isn't at the table, but he's been working behind the scenes as well, helping us. But the IBIS Group is a nonprofit. Their mission is to ensure every student, regardless of those demographics, has access to evidence-based instructional methods and resources needed to master grade-level reading. Chi Kim is the board chair, and Jason Griffith is the executive director, and we've had the pleasure of interacting with them and their team over the past few weeks to pull this together. All of the board members have served in schools and have helped to improve educational outcomes for students. And as mentioned, the funding will support donations to SUNY and AIM, but also about $350K will be given directly to the agency to support other aspects of the partnership. So to pay for maybe teacher stipends, to pay for travel, to pay for meeting space, right? All the other things that we need to make this happen. And so again, a huge shout out and thank you to the IBIS Group. I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith to get into the weeds a little bit about what the professional development really will focus on.
So the MSDE recognizes that just providing professional learning with no support won't get us where we need to be, right? We have to provide teachers with a baseline understanding of what the science of reading is about. In the past, we have a lot of research, or we had teachers who've gone through some science of reading training, but not all are equal. And so we wanted to provide a baseline, and that baseline is through our partnership with SUNY. Within this confines of this coursework, we will see teachers receive about 35 hours of professional learning experiences, along with a virtual learning online community of practice, wherein they would discuss and unpack the 5 key pillars of reading, including the phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and the comprehension components. The SUNY coursework, again, as Dr. Collins stated, is about 35 hours, but teachers can take up to 6 months to get through this coursework. We wanted to make sure that we were offering the coursework not only to our teachers, but also to our identified paraprofessionals who are in the pathway to become teachers, right? So we wanted to provide some access to some paraprofessionals, as well as to administrators, both middle and high school administrators who may not have had access to the science of reading training that the elementary cohorts received earlier in our big push towards literacy outcomes. So we wanted to open it up to both teachers as well as administrators. With that being said, our next big bucket of work, that's what I call them, buckets of work, is around building the capacity of our leaders. We want to build literacy leaders within the state. And so we've partnered with AIM and their Institute for Research around providing access to about 4,000 courses or licenses for administrators to take that AIM's Pathway to Literacy Leadership coursework. We don't want administrators to take both sets of training. We feel like it may be an overkill, right, for them, but you do have some who need the foundation. The foundational ones, they take the SUNY pathway. The people who've had the information or who have gone through the science of reading, this is a pathway for them to help them become better leaders around literacy. So it gives them the tools and resources that they need to, the look for, so to speak, for what's going on in the classroom, right? What should I see in an elementary classroom that's teaching reading? In addition, we recognize that we have, while we have done some yeoman's work around K-3 literacy, we have a big gap in our secondary and our adolescent literacy space. And so we wanted to begin providing access to a new AIMS Pathway coursework, AIMS Pathways to Proficient Reading, the secondary component. And this particular set of coursework is designed to help those secondary content level teachers really unpack what should be going on in an adolescent classroom for literacy. Again, recognizing the fact that we need to make both of these courseworks Maryland specific. We don't want for someone to come into Maryland and say, oh, we did this in Mississippi. No, we want this to be for our Maryland teachers, for our Maryland administrators, so that we're providing them access to quality material, quality professional learning opportunities that are tailored to their needs. And again, as Dr. Collins and Dr. Wright stated, our Johns Hopkins University partnership will work with us to sort of unpack what's going on with, our study, our use of these funds. So will our teachers' background knowledge increase? Will their efficacy, after we build their background knowledge, will they be more effective as a teacher of reading? We want to make sure that we are also providing supports to coaches, LEA-based literacy coaches. And so we're going to look at whether or not our coaching supports and guidance will impact our teacher effectiveness as we go through this entire process over the next 4 years. I'm so excited about this this phenomenal opportunity. This has been months in the making. I think we started working on this probably before I started, but I'm so excited about the opportunity to provide access to our teachers in the state. And also, it may alleviate some type some of the angst and anxiety that we've heard LEAs express about the lack of professional learning opportunities around the science of reading. How will we continue to provide this? This is a vehicle for us to continue to provide access to quality science of reading training.
So, Dr. Michael, we're coming to you to ask for a vote. We are requesting that the state board approve the use of the $350,000 credited to the Public Education Partnership Fund to support the administration of best instructional practices in the science of reading as part of the MSDE's Comprehensive Literacy Plan. And I believe, is Krishna here?
Yep.
Oh, he's hiding behind the thing. So some people don't really know what the Public Education Partnership does or is. So before you take the vote, Christian's going to provide some background information on exactly what that is.
Yes, this is new, so we're looking forward to It's actually old, but it's new for us. And I'll say, board members, let's get used to hearing more and more about the Public Education Partnership Fund, as I have a sense that this is probably the first of several opportunities for us to be partnering with national leaders to advance the work here in Maryland. Mr. Tallur, welcome you to provide a little bit more for us on the Public Education Partnership Fund.
Thank you, Dr. Michael, board members, and Superintendent. The Public Education Partnership Fund is established under Education Article Section 2-207. The purpose of the fund is to receive gifts, donations from entities to State Department of Education, and the funds as they're received need to be appropriated and approved by the board. Once that action is taken, we provide the monthly budget amendments for your consideration for a vote to have the funds in appropriate places in the system, and it's submitted to the Department of Budget and Management for approval. So if the funds are received, we are in the final steps with regards to having the actual paperwork signed with appropriate parties, as they have all the terms have been agreed upon. And as soon as this paperwork is signed, depending on the timing of when the funds are received, it would either be an adjustment to the current year's budget so that we can spend the money through the DBM authorization, or if the funds arrive after July 1, then we will submit an amendment for the FY25 deficiency appropriation as we submit the fiscal year 26 budget. The gifts as they're received, they also require a courtesy review and approval by the Department of Budget and Management to ensure that we are not incurring any recurring costs that state would have to pay for in the future.
Great. So thank you, Mr. Tallur. And for us board members, the department administratively can receive the funds without us. It is when we go to spend those funds, in the law it calls out that we need to approve that. For us and for the public, we are making a point, since we really needed to, to get the dust off this fund. We're bringing it as an action item for the full board now, and so we'll take a formal vote. Given that there will probably be changes and things that come, you can expect in the future to see these items in the consent agenda. Can always pull it out of the consent agenda if there are questions, but given that this is the first time in a long time that this has been used, we wanted to draw everyone's attention for transparency purposes on how this is going. So expect to see it there in the future. Dr. Wright, any other comments before we move to board questions?
No, just absolutely thrilled that this is happening. This is amazing. When you're talking about the power of professional development and building teacher and leader capacity, it takes funds to do that. And so to have a nonprofit step up and say, we want to work with Maryland to improve outcomes for children is just very powerful. So we are more than excited about this.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, I'll turn it to board members now. I see Mr. Greer's hand on the screen, and then I've got some folks in person. So let's start with Mr. Greer.
Thank you, Vice President Michael. Team, this is great. Just huge celebration, as many people have already said. Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith, also really wonderful work getting this in front of us, and Mr. Tallur as well. So I have a few questions. I don't know if you want them all at once or if you want to go through them one by one. Just let me know what's best for you.
Go one by one, and I'll let you go back and forth.
All right, great. That sounds great. Okay, so help us understand how teachers are going to be selected for each program. Specifically, how do we know who's going to enter the AIM versus the SUNY pathway? I recognize that they're slightly different, and I know that they're leveled up versus leveled down, but do we have a good sense of who they're going to be? Are we going to let LEAs choose and select? How are we going to make those determinations?
At the moment,
Turn your mic on. There we go.
thank you. At the moment, we're looking at multiple opportunity or pathways to get teachers into the actual coursework. So I think that we're still working through the processes to do that. We are working with AIMS Pathways as well as SUNY to develop a registration platform as well as a launching pad that is specific for Maryland. And so as we get closer to the launch date, we'll have specifics as to how we will identify teachers who will go through the pathway. The one thing that I can say is that we wouldn't want someone who's already been through maybe a LETRS or who's had substantial amount of training around the science of reading. This is really a baseline training around the fundamentals of the science of reading. So you wouldn't put someone else through this who's already been through that, right? So we want to give access to teachers who need that training.
Mr. Greer, I can also add, one of the things that we will be doing is partner with the LEAs, as you mentioned, because they've been doing a phenomenal job providing training since their blueprint implementation plans were put into place. And so we don't want to do overkill or sort of create a disjointed professional learning experience for teachers. We want it to be coherent. So we will also utilize their expertise and work with them to help determine what would be the best way to make sure we get the teachers that really need it, because our LEAs have been doing a lot of professional learning around this. But as Dr. Smith mentioned, this is baseline training. So we will need to partner with our LEAs before saying, okay, this will be the process.
Great. Mr. Greer?
Yeah, partly why I was asking around that is I want to make sure that the teachers who really need it are going to get it. Then the next line of questions is around the impact study in partnership with Hopkins. Love the idea of doing an impact study. I think it's really great. That's wonderful. Can you help us understand what the research methodology is going to be on that? To what degree we know the design?
I don't know that we've done that yet, Mr. Greer. I mean, this is just brand new. So obviously we're going to have to sit down with our partners because they bring the expertise to the table around the study. So that would be part of a conversation that we would need to have with them around the best way to look at that methodology.
That's fair. I realize it's early, so
Yeah.
I figured I'd ask the question now so we can get behind it, or ahead of it, I guess, not behind it. Then finally, as always, this is wonderful. I know was it 33,000 teachers over 4 years? Would love to also be able to understand how we can spread those gains. I know when I came into teaching nearly 20 years ago now, I had to go back after getting my master's and get a reading credential in order to maintain my certification in Maryland because I came from Pennsylvania. I know some of this will be like that over time, but how do we ensure that this scales appropriately over the time, and what can we do to make sure that there's maybe a sustainable core of lit coaches? How does this connect with the induction programs? In what ways is the support capacity, is this going to support capacity building with our educator prep programs and help them to reinforce and do some of these same things? And how long will it take this rate of development to get a requirement that all elementary teachers receive high quality learning in our state?
All great questions and all questions that we are literally working on as we speak. So we want to make sure that this is done in a very strategic and systemic way so that we make sure that the teachers that need this work get this work accomplished. I think the beauty of this is them being able to do this on their own, which I think makes a big difference than having to come, weekly to class, if you will. The other thing that I think is a big plus for us is that it's going to be free to all of these teachers, so it won't cost them anything in order to receive this training.
Great. All right, let's move to Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. Actually, Nick asked one of my questions, but I do want to just add a nuance to it. If teachers are participating in the professional development, will they be able to get professional credit towards certification?
Yes.
Just want to ensure that. And then the second one is just to confirm that the PD is focused more on pedagogy and not the use of a specific product.
Correct.
That's correct. We are, and we have been very clear that we are curriculum agnostic where this is concerned. These are strictly the skills that teachers need to know and be able to do in order to implement the science of reading.
Perfect. I thought that was it. Just want to make sure we didn't have anyone filing anything against us. Thank you.
Mr. Bartley, I think I saw your hand go up at one point. Do you have a question?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I
Welcome.
want to commend the staff and Dr. Wright on developing this public-private partnership. Everybody in Maryland has a specific interest with regards to our children's ability to read and their success and their matriculation from school, and their ability to read are directly related to their employability. And so having a partnership such as this is something that benefits the whole state. And I'd like to commend you and congratulate you on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, Ms. McCusker.
Thank you, and this is really very exciting. But I do have a question from the teacher point of view, and I love that it's free. I love that teachers and paraprofessionals will be able to do this on their own time, on their own schedule when it is best for them. But 35 hours is a lot of time. You mentioned the word stipend. Somewhere along in there, are we at some, is there going to be something that's going to be paying teachers for their time, paying paraprofessionals for their time in any way?
That's not something that we've discussed, to be honest with you.
No. Okay.
Not yet.
But I think it goes back to what was mentioned. It's important to pair this with credentialing, right? How teachers get recertified or recertification, right?
Well, what about your paras that are just working on their regular certification, not their recert?
Exactly.
Yeah, so how we would tie that in, is this something that can be embedded in school time? I think it's important that we're honoring their time because 35 hours is a lot of time. Love that it's free. Think it's amazing. I'm not trying to take away from it, but I also want us to teachers so often, here's this PD and you've got to take this PD and you've got to figure out on your own time with your own children and your own lives how to manage this. And it's just something that I think we need to think about, particularly for our paraprofessionals who are not working towards recertification, but are just trying to make enough money to make ends meet and maybe working second jobs, things like that.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah. And I think that's why I partner with the LEAs to find out what is already happening and how do we add this in to make it worth people's time and effort so that people don't have to pick and choose and to your point, are not feeling like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. I don't have the time, right? You want to make it beneficial. So we cannot plan this in isolation. It really has to be in partnership with the LEAs. I can't stress that enough because we want it to be beneficial and valuable, especially to those who need it the most. So thank you for elevating that. But that is a core value of Dr. Smith's and I and Dr. Wright, and we are making sure that happens. So thank you.
Yes.
Great. Dr. Wright, did you have anything else?
No, not yet.
Any other questions from board members? This is wonderful. I just will remind the board that in the fall, we spent a lot of time working through regulations around teacher licensure that have specific requirements around ensuring that teachers are credentialed in the science of reading and that they have that capacity. This is the type of concrete programmatic offering that we can bring to districts to help ensure that there is substance behind the regulations that we put on paper. So pleased to hear Dr. Wright and the team that we are, as you've said from the beginning, we are in service to districts.
That's right.
We are bringing resources to bear, and that we are of the mind of working with districts, teachers, and schools to implement this, not with a heavy requirement focus, but one of really ensuring that we're improving teacher practice in schools. So just want to thank you, and we'll look forward to hearing more on how this is developing.
We will keep you posted.
Excellent. All right. At this time, then, I will entertain a motion in accordance with the state superintendent's recommendation that the state board approve the use of $350,000 credited to the Public Education Partnership Fund to support the administration of best instructional practices in the science of reading as part of MSDE's comprehensive literacy plan.
So moved.
Okay, we have Mr. Greer. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm going to take Mr. Bartley on this one. And all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right. With that, we have come up to just shortly beyond 12 o'clock. And we're only a couple minutes behind. Thank everyone for our engagement this morning. We are going to break for lunch, and we will reconvene here in the room at 1 o'clock for the afternoon portion of our agenda. All right. Thank you. All right.
Amazing. Rachel, if you're going to learn more from teaching, you have to do this so you can get some money.
All right. We re- All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are prepared to begin the afternoon portion of our public session of the board meeting. We have more good news to start our afternoon. We have the opportunity to recognize the Milken Educator Award recipients. To do so, I will turn it back over to Dr. Wright to lead us through this portion of the meeting.
Very good. So, Dr. Michael, we are pleased to recognize 2 Milken Educator Award recipients at today's State Board meeting. Bradley Absher, a 5th grade math teacher at Bodkin Elementary School in Anne Arundel County, and Maggie Arnold, a 9th grade through 12th grade teacher at Frederick High School in Frederick County. Absolutely. The Milken Awards are known as the Oscars of Teaching, and the awardees receive $25,000 in unrestricted funds during these surprise ceremonies. And if there's any doubt that these awards are truly a surprise, I want you to watch this video. Mm-hmm.
You want to know who it is? I heard you that time. And the Milken Educator Award goes to Maggie Arnold.
These are such fun events to be at because the build-up is tremendous. Milken does an amazing job, I think you folks would agree, in surprising everybody. But I want to share a little bit about the highlights and achievements, starting with Bradley. Bradley, would you mind if I shared that your phone call, just briefly? This is a funny one. So when we finally got Bradley off to the side, and after everything is said and done, he said, "You know, I just said to my wife this," and I'm paraphrasing. I said to my wife this morning, "We
we got these assemblies. You know, I'm not real crazy about these assemblies, but I'm going to go to these assemblies. I'll do what I'm told to do. And so she said, well, I think she told you to put on a different shirt. So she said, well, you need to change your shirt if this is a general, assembly. So he puts on the general assembly. So needless to say, then after all is said and done, he says, I got to call my wife. So here we all are watching him FaceTiming with his wife as he is saying, you're not going to believe what just happened to me. And he said, you remember that assembly I told you I didn't want to go to? And she said, yes, indeed. So that was a treat to be able to see her receive that same kind of news at the same time. But Bradley has extended his leadership way beyond the classroom walls. With a commitment to professional growth and personal excellence, he mentors his own students, offers after-school tutoring, and provides unwavering support throughout the school. He leads various clubs, including STEM, C-Perch, Math Mindset, and both the board game and chess clubs. Bradley also participates in the PTA, serves on the school improvement and leadership teams, supervises high school interns and student teachers, and leads the process for the county's Academic Achievement for All math grant. He is accompanied today by Anne Arundel County Associate Superintendent Dr. Don Lucarelli, I think, and Bodkin Elementary School Principal Bonnie Myers. So please join me in congratulating Bradley and inviting him and his guests up here, please. It is now my pleasure to present our second honoree, Maggie Arnold, who teaches 9th through 12th grade mathematics in Frederick High School, another math teacher. Ms. Arnold's classroom is a collaborative hub for higher order thinking, questioning, feedback, and problem solving, where students develop a tenacity to reach their potential. One prime example is her financial literacy assignment, Passport to Financial Independence, developed by ChooseFi. Students earn passport stamps, like those accumulated during real-life travel, for engaging in sound financial practices like contributing to a savings account, shadowing a professional, or comparison shopping. Additionally, Ms. Arnold helps her students excel through the ALEX Personalized Learning Pathway System. She is accompanied today by Tiana Halij, Frederick County Public Schools Engagement and Partnerships Manager, and Frederick High School Principal David Francina. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Arnold and inviting her and her special guest to join us for a photo and award.
And how about one more round of applause for our awardees? And thank you for the service to our students. We really appreciate that.
Dr. Wright, it's been a very good day for math teachers in Maryland.
Yes.
So I just want to acknowledge
Yes.
that. We have a few math teachers on the board, including myself, so we're very excited to see that. Excellent. All right. We are going to move on now on our agenda. We're ahead of schedule again. This is good. I'm not going to drag us out like one of our colleagues does, but all right, here we go. We've got next up our briefing on the FY 2025 education budget. Now that we are cleanly out of the legislative session, turn it back over to Dr. Wright and team to guide us through this portion.
All right, and I'm going to ask Mr. Talor, who is our Deputy Superintendent over Finance and Operations, and Ms. Donna Gunning, who is our Assistant Superintendent in charge of everything financial. And she is going to bring you a presentation around just how the budget, what our current status is of the FY25 budget, and then be prepared to answer any of your questions.
Good afternoon, Vice President Dr. Michael, board members, Dr. Wright. We are pleased to present the FY 2025 budget with the summary of impact on the headquarters budget, aid, and blueprint budget. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ms. Gunning, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, try that again. Good afternoon, everybody.
This one?
Right here.
This one? Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
We can go one more. Okay, so this afternoon we're going to talk about our the department's fiscal 2025 budget. I would like to start with a little bit of background that at any given time the department is working with 3 budgets in a cycle. So we're having, for currently right now, we're closing out 24. We are prepping for 25, and we have begun the process for developing the 26 allowance that will be submitted to the governor. So in August and September, we will come back to you with information on the 26 budget. That information we provide in executive session because it is subject to executive privilege. We were here in January to explain the 25 allowance from the governor. We submitted our 25 request in the fall. Governor submitted his budget in January. We came back in January and shared that allowance with you. And so now, May, June, we will come back and tell you about the impact of the legislative session on our 25 budget request. Okay. Yep. Okay. So essentially, the department requested 2 main things from Department of Budget and Management. We requested that we convert contractual positions to permanent positions. So concept being that permanent work needs permanent positions. That request was approved, and there were 147 positions that were converted, as you can see. Many of those were in the Division of Rehabilitation Services. We also requested additional funds for child care scholarship to support the policy initiatives that had been implemented the year before. And as you can see, the Department of Budget Management and the governor provided those funds for us. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the legislative impact. First, for the headquarters budget. The General Assembly provided $1 million for special education advocates to support families and guardians of students with disabilities. There's an additional $700,000 in general funds, state matching funds for the Division of Rehabilitation Services, and then some additional early childhood programs to support specific centers and also professional development. Finally, there's a study on the potential for driving careers, CTE program, and apprenticeships for high school students. And by driving, I think they're really talking about CDL licenses, so big trucks. Okay, next. So the legislative impact on the aid to education budget. And I want to point out that there's three pieces of our budget. We have our headquarters budget, which is MSD staff and doors. We have our aid education budget, and then we have funding for educational organizations, which also includes Maryland School for the Blind. Aid education budget is largely formula driven, about 85% of our total budget that provides funds to local school systems. So it is largely comprised of what we come to know as the blueprint programs. So the legislative impact, the funding for 24 local blueprint coordinators is included in the 25 budget, and the program funding is permanent. They added funding for early childhood and for engineering programs. The pre-K program was the largest change in the aid to education budget. The budget added students, private provider tier 1 students, removed tier 2 students and delayed the phase-in until fiscal 26. And so in 26, they'll start the phase-in, and it'll be a slower phase-in than was originally envisioned by the Kerwin Commission. They also advanced the full phase-in of the cost and care to fiscal 27 from fiscal 30 to 27. So it's a faster phase-in of the entire program and a slower phase-in for tier 2 students. For educational organizations, they added $5.3 million for several organizations and $1 million for staff compensation at the Maryland School for the Blind. Okay, so now we're going to talk about major changes to aid to education. Before I do that, do you have questions on the other information that I provided?
Can you, just for so we all know, can you go back one slide?
Mm-hmm.
2 slides. Oh, yep. Oh,
No,
that
one more. Yep.
One more.
No, sorry. That one.
This
The first bullet in the second section on kindergarten.
tier 1 students included. When that data was available, we submitted it to the Department of Budget Management as part of a supplemental budget request, and it was submitted to the General Assembly and approved in the budget.
These are the seats from pre-K expansion, correct?
They are. They're the private providers who received a fiscal year 24 pre-K expansion grant.
This is important for us to understand, colleagues, as there are technically 2 funding programs when it comes to pre-K expansion. You have the Blueprint Public, more of those private providers on the run. So when they were in pre-K expansion, this moves them over to be funded on that side. And so this allows us to get more seats and provide more stability in the mixed delivery model.
And frees up pre-K expansion
Exactly.
in 25 for those private providers to add spots, or for new private providers to add slots.
Yep. So a lot of minutia that is really going to help us stabilize. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so major state education aid. So these are the big picture changes that are happening with the formula. So the per pupil amounts are going up. The majority of the weights for the special populations are increasing. The compensatory education program does decrease this year as planned through the Kerwin Commission. It begins the decrease in fiscal 26. In fiscal 25 out through fiscal 33, it will eventually be a 0.73% weight. That was planned as part of the Kerwin Commission work to slowly phase out comp ed as the concentration of poverty program phases in and up. And to that end, the thresholds for concentration of poverty decreased. The threshold for the personnel grant is 55% poverty at the school level, and the threshold for per pupil grants is 65%. This translates to 167 new schools receiving a personnel grant and 161 schools receiving per pupil grants in fiscal '25. Okay, so the next piece of these programs is students with disabilities. That weight is increasing, and the enrollment counts are also increasing, up 4%, and about 5,000 students. Multilingual learner weight increases from 1 to 1.2, and that enrollment increased by about 6%. Okay, so then, now that we know what all those little programs are doing, if you recall, in maybe February, we had a meeting where we talked about how we make the pie with enrollment and wealth and how we calculate all of these. The enrollment change in '25 is really small overall. It is also the first year where pre-COVID student counts are not included in any of the enrollment counts used for state aid. LEAs get the greater of their current FTE or a 3-year rolling average. This year, the 3-year rolling average is all post-COVID. So can you go to the next slide? Okay, thanks. Okay, so statewide enrollment changed 0.1%. So Anne Arundel and Frederick have larger increases than the statewide, and Kent and Garrett have the largest decreases. Wide was about 3%. Calvert County had a huge increase in local wealth as a result of a payment in lieu of taxes agreement that expired, and the Allegheny County and Dorchester County had large decreases in wealth, which is the reason why they have these huge state share increases. So you can see the way that the pie is being reshaped. Allegheny County, Dorchester County had decreases in their local wealth, and they have an increase in a state share as a result of that. Next slide. Okay, so the other piece of major state aid is that local governments are required to provide the greater of the required local share as adjusted or the maintenance of effort, which is calculated on a per pupil basis. 16 LEAs are receiving maintenance of effort. That's higher than their required local share, and 8 LEAs are receiving the required local share. So Allegheny and Dorchester counties have a lower required local share, because if you recall, we just talked about their wealth was decreasing, so their state share increased. Their local share decreased proportionately. Caroline County has a very high increase in their local share, and it is because their enrollment is decreasing faster than the statewide average. Next slide. Nope, that's it. That's all we have.
Excellent, thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Okay, great. I'll turn it over now to board members. Any questions that you have on the budget?
Everybody's tired, too much lunch.
Mr. Greer, is that a hand? No, okay.
No. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right.
I'd like to thank you for telling us in a way we can all understand. That's why we didn't have questions.
Oh, well, you're very welcome.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go slightly out of order. For the next one, we're going to be taking the Maryland Teacher Workforce Supply, Demand, and Diversity update, and we'll have Ms. Meadows and Ms. Hazlett join us. But before we turn it to them, Dr. Wright, turning it to you.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry about that.
So we are going to have Kelly Meadows, who is in charge of everything teacher effectiveness. That's the new title of her office, and Shonda Haslett from our Accountability and Assessment Office to present. Ladies.
All right, good afternoon. I think I'm kicking us off for the first portion of the presentation today. So you want to... So we're going to cover just some overview statistics, looking at teacher workforce demand, then supply and distribution, and then we'll end with some initiatives and opportunities. So high-level snapshot, we currently have, as of October of this academic school year, 63,220 teachers spread out across the state here. And then if you look at the race ethnicity trends, the teacher workforce, the overall statewide teacher workforce in Maryland is gradually diversifying, although it does remain predominantly white. And you can see here a 5-year trend of the percentages of the populations. Looking at Maryland first-year teachers by race ethnicity. So the percentage of first-year teachers who are Black, African American, or Hispanic Latino has more than doubled in the past 10 years. Although you see 5-year trend here, over the past 10 years it has doubled, and it is now currently at 30% and 8%. But I do want to also just, again, emphasize that more than half of the first-year teachers in Maryland are white. So this slide has 4 different charts. It looks at different race ethnicities. For a 5-year trend, and you will see that the orange is the student populations and the blue is the teachers, and the racial ethnic disparity or gap between the students and the teachers has persisted over the last 5 years. And this is another way of looking at that, the gap between the student and teacher race ethnicity, and this is broken out by LEA, so you can look across the LEAs as well. The gap between the percentage of students of color and the percentage of teachers of color statewide is at 36 percentage points, and it does vary across the LEAs from 4% gap to 52% percentage point gap. So the next section of this presentation really looks at the demand for teachers in our state. And so one of our key measures that we look at is attrition. Are our teachers leaving the profession? And so this looks at 3 different types of attrition. We can look at whether or not a teacher persists at a school. So they're at a school, the same school they were in the prior year, or in their LEA, so maybe they moved schools within an LEA, but they remain in that LEA. And then we have a statewide percentage. And so you can see the 3 different percentages there on the chart to the right. But in the most recent year, 10.7% of Maryland teachers did not return to teaching in the state. So they left the profession, or they went to another state. So this looks at Maryland teacher attrition by LEA across each of the LEAs. So in the school year 23-24, 12% of teachers did not return to teach in the same LEA from the prior school year. And it did vary by LEA from a low of 7% to a high of 18%. So we look also at attrition by years of experience. And so this is a 5-year trend, and we have it broken out into buckets, so less than 3 years, 3 to 9 years, 10 to 20, and then more than 20 years. And then I just want to highlight that in Maryland, new teachers are the most likely to leave teaching, with about 1 in 7 leaving the teaching profession. Maryland teacher attrition by race ethnicity. This is a trend over time, and so you can see that the attrition rates remain highest for Black African American teachers. In the most recent year, attrition rates did fall slightly for all groups, except for the Asian teachers. So why do teachers exit? And so one of the reasons cited the most for leaving the profession were work in education and other voluntary resignations. This is data that is collected by the LEAs and provided to the state. Looking at that other voluntary resignation, I have, we put over there to the right a little more information on that information, because that's a large bucket of 43%. And that you see Educators may leave to study, they move, they have home responsibilities, personal illness. And I just want to highlight that dissatisfied with teaching was 3%. So there are teachers that are leaving for a variety of reasons. So the last slide here in regards to the workforce demand, whether or not there are vacancies on the first day of school is a key indicator of whether or not we have a demand for teachers. And what you can see is that they have declined in this current academic year, 23-24, as compared to the prior year. And so with that, I will turn it over to Kelly that will look into the supply portion of the presentation.
So we will go ahead and start with enrollment into our Maryland Educator preparation programs. Here we see a 10-year trend, and I thought it was important to give you all 10 years because you can see that the good news is we are kind of starting to make our way back up, but we are not yet where we were back in 2013, and that is on par with the national context as well. Really quickly, just want to let everyone know that currently in Maryland, we have 22 providers of traditional programs for a total of offering 712 teacher preparation programs. We have 109 alternative programs, and they are all within 12 providers, which I think are in 6 counties. So a much smaller portion of our candidates are being prepared alternatively, and that's the orange bar that you see here on this graph. So if you're looking at the demographics, the race, ethnicity of candidates enrolled in our traditional and alternative preparation programs, you can see that on the left, the traditional program completers, predominantly white. There is a larger number of white alternative candidates as well. However, we do see that Black African American completers are much more likely to enroll in an alternative program in Maryland. So going back to that vacancy data point that Chandra shared, if we take a look at those who successfully completed, so in theory are licensure ready at the end of 21-22 from our Maryland programs, and then we take a look at the vacancies as of the first day of school that following year, we see that there's a gap of 230. And that's assuming that every single person that completes a program and is ready for licensure in Maryland will end up in our Maryland classrooms, which we know isn't true. I do want to point out, though, that what's not on this slide, and we'll get to it in a moment, are conditionally certified teachers. So if we were to add the same year, that 4,100 number, now we've got a much larger gap. So again, what you see in front of you is based only on vacancies, and then we'll turn to conditionals in just a minute. Before we do, the overall trend in who's applying for licensure in Maryland has steadily decreased over the last 5 years. But what we saw most recently in the 21-22 data is that 63% of the applicants who were approved for a license are from out of state. And usually that ranges between 50 to 60%. 63 is the highest we've seen it in quite a long time. So conditionally licensed trends are before you now, and we can see that there is a significant increase in conditionally licensed teachers, especially over the past couple of years. We are seeing that this, again, is in line with what we're seeing nationally. And in our sister states that are surrounding us. There were a lot of states who issued emergency credentials during the pandemic, and that is all kind of phasing out. So there are a significant number of emergency or provisionally licensed teachers across the country right now. What you see here on this slide are just conditionally licensed teachers, which means that our emergency credentials, they were exhausted 2 years ago. So they are not included in this data. This is just our everyday conditionally licensed teachers in the classroom. And then if we look at the demographics of those teachers, this is the good news. The good news is we have an opportunity here because we do see a more diverse pool of teacher candidates in our conditionally licensed teachers. They tend to be career changers, and they tend to be more diverse. I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, it's back to me. All right, so The next two slides, there's a lot of information on here, so I'm going to just talk everyone through it. This is an Every Student Succeeds Act requirement, but it's data that really shows where our teachers are teaching. So what we do for this particular one is we look at teacher qualifications and who is teaching in our high and low poverty schools. So we look at the poverty levels of a school, we rank them from high poverty, low poverty, we put them in quartiles. So high poverty schools are those schools that are the highest poverty in the state, and the low poverty schools are the lowest poverty in the state. And so we look at three measures. Where are our inexperienced teachers teaching? The out-of-field teachers are those that are teaching out of their certification area, and then the teachers with emergency or provisional licenses, and this does include our conditional licenses for this bottom row. And so statewide, that's that first column, so we have 16% of our teachers are inexperienced or in that first year of teaching, 11.9 are out-of-field teachers, and then that 8 percentage point for the teachers with the provisional, emergency, or conditional licenses. But then when you look at which one of those are teaching in high poverty schools or low poverty schools, you can see quite a bit of difference. And there's a gap. So for example, in that first row for inexperienced teachers, we have 22% of our inexperienced teachers teaching in high poverty schools, 11.9 percentage points of our inexperienced teachers are in the low poverty schools, and that's a gap of 10 percentage points. And you can take that all the way down. So the teachers that are inexperienced, out of field, and conditional are predominantly teaching in our high poverty schools.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Are you defining inexperienced just as first year teachers or between the first and third year?
So these are first year teachers.
Might be helpful
No,
to.
it is three or less. My fault. It is three or less. I apologize.
I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
No, thank you. It is 3 or less.
And just while we're clarifying, emergency provisional, does that also include conditional?
It does.
And RTCs.
Yes.
Resident teacher licenses and conditional teacher licenses.
And together we call those provisional?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
So the second one takes the same kind of methodology and looks at students or schools with high and low percentages of students in color. And so schools with a high percent of students of color had higher percentages of inexperienced teachers, teachers teaching out of field, and teachers with emergency or provisional licenses. And so this gap to the far right is persistent as well for those schools that have a high percentage of students of color. If there are other questions, I'll turn it back over to Kelly.
Okay. So as we all know, National Board Certification is the way in which teachers will move up the career ladder once established. So taking a look at where our nationally board certified teachers are located in Maryland. This is as of October 23rd, and that's important because we had another round of completers in December. So as of October 2023, we see that NBC teachers are still very much employed in the central part of the state, the majority. There were 1,626 NBCTs actively teaching in Maryland as of October 2023. It's interesting to note that the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards has data demonstrating that there are 3,200 MBCTs residing in Maryland, but I would like to note that that data is self-reported, and oftentimes a candidate will self-report that data at the beginning of their candidacy and will not go in and manually change that information should they move. So that is the information that we have, but I did want to put that caveat in. As of December 2023, I'm ecstatic to tell you that 724 of the new NBCTs in the nation were from Maryland. And that's out of 3,571. So that's excellent. And so next year, this will look a little bit different. We do have at least one NBCT in each of our LEAs now. Some of our Eastern County shores were without an NBCT last year, but now they have at least one. And then it doesn't surprise me that the data looks the way it does as far as new NBCTs, because as you can see, these are the individuals that have participated in our fee support program, which pays for the candidacy of National Board Certification if eligible via the law. And you can see that there was a dramatic increase beginning when the NBC salary increases were established in the blueprint. And we do anticipate, not only do we anticipate that this will continue to grow as teachers continue to learn learn about the career ladder and understand what they need to do to get those salary increases. But House Bill 1426, which altered the blueprint this past session, expanded this program. So starting this year that we're already in now, this cohort will include administrators and instructional specialists. So I anticipate that that will be quite a significant increase. This is a shared cost program, meaning that the state pays 2/3 and the LEAs pay 1/3 of the cost, and it is completely upfront. The teacher only has to pay the annual registration fee of $75. That is the only out-of-pocket expense for them. All right, so we've talked about supply, we've talked about demand, distribution. What are we doing right now? What are some opportunities, some initiatives that are taking place? So, of course, we have to mention the career ladder again because, you know, it seemed like yesterday that the blueprint was adopted, and we thought, oh, there's so much time that we have before we have to implement the career ladder, and lo and behold, it's 2 months away. So July 1st, 2024, LEAs have to submit their first round of career ladder submissions, and once those are approved by the salary of $60,000 for all teachers in Maryland. Now, the NBC salary incentives have been in place since fiscal year 22, but what is not yet in place but will be in place once the career ladders are completely approved and stood up are all the increases that go along with those teacher leadership tiers on that on that last track. So lead teacher, professor teacher, or distinguished teacher, and professor distinguished teacher. All of those come with salary increases as well. So that is a major, major initiative here in this state to, you know, try to make our teacher workforce professionalized, to get the best of the best in the classroom and keep them in the classroom, give them an opportunity to stay in the classroom as teacher leaders. As this board knows, we've just recently adopted new regulations for educator preparation and licensure. Included in those regulations were 9 pathways to licensure. We have more pathways to licensure now than we did previously. And with Senate Bill 771 also passed during the 2024 session, it does allow some more flexibility for Maryland candidates going through Maryland programs to demonstrate some of their knowledge, basic skills knowledge, pedagogical knowledge in multiple ways. So kind of giving them the space to do that outside of those standardized assessments. So we're excited about that flexibility that we will implement immediately. We have the in-district training pathway to licensure, which we are currently working on internally and will roll out very soon. And that, again, allows our districts to prepare our teachers in-house in the district. And the emphasis is really on a very rigorous induction and mentoring program, as well as pedagogical coursework. Next, we have the National Board Certification Support Program. This is a newer program that was established in the blueprint, and I have to take a moment to give a shout out to Melissa Chandler, our National Board State Coordinator. She has been working very hard to establish initiatives associated with this program. She works very closely with all of our 24 National Board Certification Coordinators at the LEA level, as well as their facilitators at the district level. And some exciting news, we've just recently entered into a contract with National Board, their Atlas program, which provides over 4,500, will provide over 4,500 Maryland teacher candidates that are going towards National Board the ability to access their Atlas library, which is a huge resource of videos and documentation for candidates that are preparing to pass those portfolio assessments. So we're excited about that initiative. We're also planning our first annual, hopefully will be an annual, conference for our National Board coordinators and their facilitators this coming fall. And then, of course, we have regular structured technical assistance on an ongoing basis for our LEA National Board coordinators. And then also the Educator dashboard. Maryland Educator Shortage Reduction Act back in 2023 did establish the Educator dashboard. It is meant to provide the public with the following demographics of all of our licensed and non-licensed personnel in public schools. We have been busy working internally to develop that dashboard. It needs to be published by January 1st, 2025. So we are almost there, and we're excited about that. Not only will it show what you see here for our licensed and non-licensed personnel, but it also has a component about where our teacher internships are. So, our teacher interns are, so where they are placed, also broken by demographics. So the key is to hopefully follow those individuals into the school system, into employment, and really publicize the diversity of our classrooms so that there is awareness around what we need in Maryland. And then finally, P20 Collaborative Recruitment and Retention Workgroup is about to kick off in the next 2 weeks. Maryland campaign. I will say that our last initiative with the Maryland Transportation Authority, we ran advertisements between January 15th and March 31st, and we had over 52 million impressions just from that campaign alone. So anytime I can bring awareness to that, I like to do that. Please check out our website if you haven't already. It's teach.maryland.gov. And with that, we can open it for questions.
All right, thank you very much for this in-depth presentation. Board members, any questions? Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
So I would Hi. I do have a question, and it may be too specific for this, and maybe it could be an offline conversation, but I noticed in slide when it talked about licensure and no longer, if you could provide me with explanation, there's no longer a need, you can obtain advanced licensure without a master's degree. Did I read that correctly?
That is true. That is true. So we, in the last round of alterations to the regulations, we removed the requirement to advance, number one. So for many, many years, we have required our teachers to move from the standard professional to the advanced professional, which required a master's degree or a master's equivalency. So that credential is still available. It's voluntary. And the ways in which you can earn it, or you can get the master's degree, you can have a master's equivalent of 30 semester hours, or you can have national board certification. Okay. So with the national board certification route, you do not need to get a master's degree.
So as a follow-on, when you have a situation where you have someone who needs to be put on track for special ed certification or licensure, which I understand is 3 years because of the feds. Mm-hmm. It used to be 4 years. It's my current understanding that they can't take 36 credits. It has to be a master's degree, is what I was told, which, if true, is problematic given the teacher shortage that we have and the problem that non-public special ed facilities have in acquiring credentialed or duly licensed professionals. So could you provide some
Sure. I can bust that myth. So that's
been
not
told
true.
to me 3 times.
That's not true.
Okay.
So the 9 pathways to licensure, all 9 of them could result in a special education certification.
I'll have to go back and
So
look at
yeah,
that.
we should talk offline.
Maybe can we talk offline? That would be
Absolutely.
helpful. But I think other non-publics would appreciate that information.
But it is true, just for clarification, I think, when we set up the conditional cert length, that for special education teachers it's 3, everybody else it's 5, and that's because of the federal
Because of the federal regulation, and I understand that.
Okay.
That you can't fight at City Hall on that one, but I understand. Thank you. Yeah, maybe an offline.
All right. Other questions? Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. And in the same vein, I think, how are we getting the word out that we now have these 9 pathways and making sure that people across the state in all levels of teaching and in the certification process understand that, hey, there's new ways to do this, and, you may be even closer than you thought you were.
Absolutely. And thank you for asking, because now it gives me an opportunity to tout my team. So we have been very, very busy in our office. There has been a huge coordinated effort to train. First, we had to train all of our local education certification partners, which we have over 100, because they are the ones that will be speaking to in-house support folks. So we spent a tremendous amount of time offering technical assistance to those individuals to make sure that they are prepared to answer those questions. However, we also have worked directly with MSEA to offer, just in the past month, we offered 3 technical assistance sessions for anyone across the state, any teachers who wanted to come. We had a total of around 430 teachers register for those events, and that's just 3 events. So we're already planning more for the summer because many people asked if we could repeat it. We're planning the same thing with our partners at the Baltimore Teachers Union. We've also let all of our LEA human resources directors and certification partners know that we are available to come to orientations, to any type of in-house technical assistance that they wouldn't normally invite us to because they've got it, but we're all learning it together. So we have made ourselves available, and I know that several LEAs have taken us up on that offer. We've also had a coordinated technical assistance effort for our non-public schools. We need to do more, apparently, and we will continue because they also fall under the same regulations as our public school teachers. So we've been busy. Our website's been completely redone. We have a brochure that communications just finished yesterday. It's going through the accessibility check. It's kind of just like a flashy one-pager that we want to make accessible. And then our next initiative that we're working with in partnership with communications and IT are to have really short, like 30-second to 1-minute videos on our YouTube channel where we describe like what is an individual professional development plan and how do you apply and teach. And so some of it will be technical in nature and some of it will be what are the requirements. So that's what we're doing now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Greer.
Again, I have a lot of questions, so I don't know if there's more questions in the room just to see if any of mine get picked up.
You can keep going, and if I see others, we'll cut in and come back to you.
Okay, great. I don't want to take up too much airtime. Thanks, team. This is also exciting. What is the timeline for in-district pathways for conditional teachers to become licensed? Mainly, I'm just trying to determine, like, do we know that the impact is going to be big in terms of converting the 10% or so of teachers into more permanent positions?
So I'll start by, I'm glad that you asked Mr. Greer in the way that you did, because I think that there is, I think that when you think of in district, you think automatically that, okay, this is what a conditionally licensed, and you may not, but I know that I've gotten this question a lot, and this is what a conditionally licensed individual will need to do once implemented. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands that that is not the case, and that all 9 pathways are available to conditionally licensed teachers. Now, not all of them will make sense for a conditionally licensed teacher, but they can always enroll in a traditional program. They can enroll in a resident teacher program. Once this in-district pathway is stood up for whatever LEAs would like to go down this road, they could do that if it is available to them. They could seek, if they wanted to, an out-of-state program. We have individuals where it makes more sense to cross the boundaries and go to a DC school or a Virginia school or a Delaware school. So I just want to be clear that they're not going to be required to go through the in-district pathway, and it's not necessarily going to be the sole way that we prepare those 10%. Now, with that said, our internal timeline, in complete transparency, we're still working with our local superintendents because they are the ones that will really dictate, how this rolls out, what's comfortable for them. They have to learn about it as well. So we have not published a timeline, Mr. Greer, yet, but I know that it is coming soon, and we appreciate your patience.
Understood, and thanks for the transparency. The second question, I'm a big sucker for dashboards. Would we be able to see the dashboards before they're live in January, if they're on track?
We should be. Yeah, I mean, we would like to bring new items that are going to be public to the State Board of Education before they go public. So that is our intent, is to have that available by early December to meet that January 1st deadline.
I'm just eager. I love to see dashboards.
We have staffed up and we have folks working on it as we speak. So it's not ready to share yet in the drafts that I have seen, but we are working hard so that we can provide that preview for you guys.
Totally understood, especially on that timeline. And then back in October, we talked about the induction work group. Can you tell us about the status of that and how they're overlapped with the P20 collaborative?
Yes, so they are separate initiatives, although the work is similar. So the induction work group has completed its work. They have made recommendations. Those recommendations, I'm working closely with the Office of Professional Development. We are actually in the process right now of finalizing the drafted language of the regulations. So what will happen next, because the law calls for certain things, is we will share that drafted language with the Deans and Directors Councils, which are the Deans and Directors of Educator Preparation Programs. We're slated to do that this summer, and we will get their feedback, and we will, take that feedback as appropriate, make whatever changes need to be made, and then the next step is to go to the Professional Standards Board with draft language for their consultation. And I don't have the timeline in front of me, I apologize, but I believe we're slated for July to go to the Professional Standards, but July or August. And then once we have feedback from that board, we will also have to solicit feedback from the AIB, and then that's the final step before we would bring that language to this board for permission to publish. So we'd like to be back here by September.
Yeah, and I appreciate going through all those steps. I know you know this team. I think the induction work, as you said, is so overlapped with this because I think it can represent a huge way for us to increase that retention rate of those first through third year teachers in many different ways. And I know we heard a little bit earlier today in public comment that this is certainly a way for districts and LEAs to get really, LEAs specifically to get creative. Can I ask just a couple of clarifying questions about conditional teachers? I just don't know the answers to. Do we know or have a sense of how many conditional teachers convert to traditional in the general sense, like over time? Is it at the same rate for teachers of color? And do conditional teachers perform better or worse? Do we have any data on that in terms of in classroom impact?
So for the first part, as far as transitioning to, you mean like a professional license, going from conditional to professional?
To fully licensed, that's exactly right.
We have not examined that data, although I believe we have the data to do it.
Yeah, we have the data. We just haven't done that research yet, but we could.
I think that'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The second piece, I do not know if we have that data, the effectiveness, conditional versus no.
Okay. I think I know it's going to be hard to track down, or if we can, or we at least look at some national trends. I have my own sense about it, but I don't know if I'm right. So I think it's really worth looking into that to what degree we can to understand this huge jump to about 10% of our teaching population could be really impactful for students. We certainly know that it's impactful for increasing the diversity of the workforce, which I'm behind. And I want to just continue to beat the drum that we want to make sure that all those teachers are effective and having an impact in their classrooms.
Mr. Greer, can I ask a question? How are you defining effectiveness, just out of curiosity?
So again, I think this would be the way that each LEA is defining effectiveness. I think we let them look at that and define. So like, I'm going to always say I think it has to do with student growth, but I know that's only up to 35% of our overall evaluation. So
That's a DBE collection.
Mr. Greer, any more questions?
I'd love to know if we know anything about what Prince George's did. Maybe our colleague on the board can tell us that they were doing differently, because we see a very different gap in terms of the race of teachers compared to students in that LEA compared to others, especially Baltimore City. So I don't know if there's anything unique happening there that we need to pay attention to.
I'd love to be able to tell you it was something unique, but it wasn't. Sorry.
Well, something that is unique, we didn't see in previous data, is second highest proportion of conditionally certified teachers, which we know are across the board significantly more teachers of color, and so that could be a part of it. Not completely, but right, which exactly our conditional cert teachers better reflect the communities. That's where many of the people come from. So,
Yeah.
So I mumbled, our community is reflective of the students. And so that's why it's nothing unique.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Good poll. And then I guess the real final question is, I don't know that we're going to know this, but we see the ending of ESSER funding coming, and of course, I think in Maryland we reduce this impact than in other states, but I'm sure there are some positions that'll be impacted by the end of ESSER funding. Hopefully it's limited. Is there any way for us to get ahead of that and understand, do these numbers in terms of attrition increase as a result of losing some ESSER funding? I don't even know the way to look at that besides looking at the increase of student to teacher ratios over the last 4 years to see if there's any weird numbers where the teacher rate, like the ratio is going down as a result of additional funding. I know we warned LEAs not to do that, but I'd like to put that money into positions.
Dr. Goldson?
Yeah, I'm going to speak from our previous seat. There's no way that MSDE will be able to determine what the impact would be, but as you shared before, most LEAs knew not to spend their ESSER funds on positions. They knew it needed to be one-time cost.
Yeah. Totally fair.
Excellent. I've got a couple. Anybody else? Ms. Chang? Okay. Do you have one? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Chang, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, in terms of the like a second career of teachers, are we looking where we look for those candidates, or encourage people to get into the teaching career?
So our initiative, as far as the recruitment campaign is concerned, we haven't necessarily targeted career changers. There is when we design the Teach Maryland website, there is a portion of the website that, you go in and you choose your profile. I'm a career changer, I'm a high school graduate, that type of thing. But other than that, as far as like social media and all of our digital advertising is concerned, I don't think we've necessarily targeted career changers. I think that, so I can't break down for you, like based on our advertisement campaign, like the impressions per like profile, we can't dig into the data in that way. I apologize. So as far as recruitment of career changers, I think every LEA is probably doing it a little bit differently. And I think those LEAs that have the higher vacancies are naturally recruiting those career changers because they're the conditionally licensed teachers that we see in our classrooms. So I'm not sure exactly what they're doing to target that specific population.
Okay, so at the state level, I know since myself, I come from a different background and associate or affiliate with a couple of nonprofit, heritage based, weekend-based schools, and oftentimes people ask me, say, hey, how do I get through, the professional kind of education and then certification? I would just say, I wish I have something I can just hand them a package and share more information with them, because I know those people who approached me, they are full of passion and have teaching experience, at least in a different setting, like a heritage schools.
Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that's what our one-pager will do. So I'm happy to provide it to you once it's ready, and all of you, and if we can spread the word. I think that's like something quick that will at least get them to the website, get them our phone number, get their email address, so if they have questions, we can answer them.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Dr. Getty.
I would like a little bit more understanding. I never worked with a career ladder. So when I look at slide 24, I see step 1, 2, and 3 as being factual accomplishments. Is that fair? Like the teacher accomplishes it and that puts them on a rung of the ladder. But then when you go to step 4, it seems more of an available position and a chosenness from someone else. Is that correct?
I think that's a great way to look at it, yes. There are eligibility criteria as well as availability criteria, recommendation criteria that goes into that tier 4.
Yeah. So my concern is, particularly as we add money to it for tier 4, I believe the state of Maryland teaching force is highly accomplished, and there are far more great teachers who will never get to tier 4 based on availability and someone else making an opinion and decision. Is that fair to say? You don't get to tier 4.
I think it's a valid concern. It's certainly noted. I know that LEAs have been striving really hard to develop their career ladders, and I'm sure that that's one of the things that they're taking into account. And really, it remains to be seen how they are rolled out.
Yeah, and they don't really, if there's increased pay involved, there's no incentive for them to increase how many of each of the positions there are, because it will just cost them more money. But I feel badly for the multi-talented person who doesn't get that. That's all.
Yes. Ms. Ayula.
I just had a clarifying question. On slide 21, how do we determine if a school is high percentage of students of color versus low percentage? Like, what's the threshold?
So we take a look at the percentage of student populations, and it's all the races except for white is students of color. So that includes Asian. I know I've received that question in previous years as well. So all students of color. And then we take that percentage and we rank the schools. So then you have the highest percentage in the top quartile and the lowest percentage in the bottom quartile. We just take those schools and look at the teachers that are teaching in those schools.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? A couple real quick. It's very informative to look at the change in conditional certs on slide 18. I do note we've grown about 3,500 between last year to this year. So we've at least expanded 3,500 conditionally certified teachers. New hires are conditionally certified, probably more because we probably had some conditional certified teachers who were on the books last year no longer teaching this year, so that number may be more. Do we have a read of what share of new hires are conditionally certified coming in every year?
We have that in the staff data collection.
We do have it. I don't have it. I'm not prepared to give it to you right now.
And that is fine. I think particularly as we're approaching induction in the fall in a district, it's 10% of the workforce. By these numbers, in any given year, we're hiring between 6,000 and 7,000 teachers. So by these loose calculations, right, we're approaching, if not exceeding, half of our new teachers. So this is it is a 1/10 of the workforce. It is dramatically shaping new teacher hires, and it's going to need to shift in some ways the way we think about supporting new teachers. And so the more that we can understand the problem, the better it will inform us and our partners. I had another quick question, and my numbers could be off. I want to get a sense, there's a lot of funds in this state are used at the higher education level to support education preparation programs. I'm looking on the combination of slides 16 and 17 to get an approximate of what's our conversion rate of our folks that complete educator prep programs, traditional programs in slides 16? No, it's a different one.
17.
Yeah.
Sorry, or the Maryland Educator License issued trend.
For me, I'm trying to get a read of what percent of our teachers that complete a traditional prep program are actually beginning a career, and is there any variation in that? And and do we have a read on that? And how might we partner with MHEC and higher ed a little bit differently to ensure that we're converting those teachers?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. These are conversations that we've been having a lot lately with our partners at MHEC and MLDS, trying to really fill the gap between going further between any completer, traditional completer in Maryland, and licensure, because that's the first gap, right? So once they're in our licensure system, then we can assign them a state assigned teacher identification number if they become employed, and we can make that connection and that person. However, there are data collections that I think MHAC has that collects candidate level data, and so we're exploring, like, is there a way for us to piggyback onto that data?
I did get back to it. Sorry. Slide 16 gives us, I think, 1,600, so it's a couple years ago, we had 1,600 traditional completers. And then on 17, this might not be the right, that same year, we also hired what looks like, or certificated, 866 program completers.
Certificated.
But
that doesn't mean that they were necessarily the completers from the previous year.
Okay.
It could have been from whenever.
Okay. Be great information for us
Absolutely.
to also have at some point. So this is very helpful. Any final questions or thoughts? Do you have one? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and thank you for working through our questions. We can be what was the word Mr. Greer used? Eager bunch. Eager bunch. Yes, we can be. So thank you for working with us. All right. I think we have earned a break. So let's take a quick 5-minute 5-minute break. We will return at 2:21. right, do we have Sean on there? Mr. Bartley? Nope. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Hanging on. Fine. We got room. All right. Bring it back. We are going to start with going a little bit out of order again with the joint implementation policy number 2, with a joint implementation policy with the blueprint with AIB on minimum school funding requirement. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Yes, thank you so much. I've asked Donna Gunning to come up and provide an overview for you, a little bit, to give you some background on it, and then we can dig in a little bit after her presentation.
Welcome. Back. Yep.
Thank you. No, there's no presentation. So we're going to do just a quick background on the minimum school funding requirements. So the blueprint legislation requires LEAs to allocate to schools at least 75% of the per pupil amount. So total enrollment at the school times that particular student figure, whether that's for foundation or students with disabilities or multilingual learners, all of those programs together, multiplied by the student count, 75% at the school level. We are tracking that through the financial reporting system that we have built through PowerSchool in conjunction with AIB. LEAs have the ability, all 24 have the ability to report data by program, so by blueprint program, by school, into that system. They, fiscal 24, which we're wrapping up now, is a beta testing year. Fiscal 25 will be a baseline year. And then I'll wait to talk about the other years until you guys talk about your policy.
Yeah, I wanted to say that this really, I've really got a pat on the back, truly, the collaboration with AIB, because the superintendent's work group and the superintendents in general had really been lifting this up as a concern, trying to come out the gate, if you will, in 24 at the full 75%. Some, we're struggling with that. Others said, no, we're going to take it on. But a lot were saying, if you could just give us a little grace where this was concerned. We know we've got to get there by 2026, I guess it is, finally. Am I right on that? 25, I know, is the first time we're collecting it. But is it 2025 or 2026 that everybody has to be at 75%?
So the current requirement is that
25.
25, okay. So, my apologies. I get confused on what year we're in, quite honestly. Are we in year 1 on Blueprint or 2 on Blueprint, or where were we? So we really worked with the superintendent's work group on this, got their feedback, and then met with AIB to talk about, is there a way that we could decide on a policy that was both of us also saying, using 24 to kind of give you an idea of where you are, and then knowing you've got to get there by 25. And that, I think, gave them a little bit of breathing room, which they very much appreciated, and I appreciate the work that we've done with AIB to get there. The one thing that I also want to say is that I really appreciate the fact that even though when the blueprint was written, that there's been times that we've been able to come back to the table and really talk about some of the issues, and is there a better way or another pathway to get to the same spot. And I can tell you that I think the superintendents very much appreciated the fact that they felt heard and listened where this policy is concerned.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Wright. I'll just add a couple more things from our work with the AIB on this. This is a core tenet of the blueprint, this notion that funding that is assigned to children, that there's accountability for that money actually getting to the schools where those students attend. It is the case that we, over the past 2 decades, with Bridge to Excellence Plan and the results of the Thornton Commission, we have pursued and made some progress on equitable funding with state dollars for funds that get to the school district. but we have no systematic way of knowing that those funds are actually making their way to the schools for the students that have greater needs. And most of our school districts in the state until now have, or up until now, are using more FTE allocations for budgeting as opposed to a school-based budgeting process. So it's a much more centralized process, which has meant we really have limited view into funds that are actually getting to the school. And so this is a fundamental shift that the blueprint knew this was a key structural piece to ensuring there is accountability for equitable school funding. And what we have heard is that FY25, it's here and we're not ready. And to the district's credit, and I want to acknowledge the department, we are working very hard, but we have been a little bit slow in getting our system ready so that school districts can be more prepared for this. And so what this policy does is it provides a additional 2 years of grace as long as districts are making progress, which we've marked out in this joint policy here, towards that 100% goal. So instead of us requiring all students receiving, that 100% of students have 75% of the dollars flowing towards them, they set a baseline in FY25. So you could say, for instance, 60% of students are fully funded in FY25. Then districts have to close that gap between 60 and 100% FY26. So they would need to hit 80% of students are attending schools where their schools are fully funded. And then the following year, FY27, 100%. And if there are specific cases, districts will have the opportunity to appeal to AIB to not follow that, but there are some opportunities there. So we're giving districts an additional 2 years of grace on this policy to meet this, knowing that this is just a fundamental shift in how we go about funding public schools in the state. I want to add one additional note that is a common misconception, and then I'll turn it to questions and additional comments. That is, the 75% level is a minimum school funding level. It is not the average school funding level. It is not that 25%, the other part of the 75, will go to central office. That is not the case. It is the 75% is the absolute minimum that must show up to that school. And in fact, we know that based on the variation of teacher costs, that will actually, in some schools, raise significantly higher. It could be up to 85, 90%. Could exceed 100%. We don't really know how those data are going to lie out, but it is not the case that 75% of money goes to schools and 25% goes to central. That is not the paradigm or the framework. It's schools will receive at least 75% of the funds that are tagged to the children that go to the schools where they are. So I just want to take that opportunity. Last quick note, the AIB adopted this policy last week, waiting for our joint adoption. Upon our adoption today, then it will be fully adopted, should we do that, and it'll be up on our website as policy. All right, let me turn it over. Additional questions or comments from board members? Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. I first want to thank administration and AIB publicly for working with our local education agencies to provide this grace. But along with the grace, we also need to make sure that we're offering some type of technical assistance, because this is a fundamental change. And so we're not saying we're giving you 2 more years to find more money to hit the thresholds. We're saying you have to do things differently in order to meet it. And so that comes with, so we just need to make sure it comes with support.
Yeah, I totally agree where that's concerned. And the other thing I was going to suggest, and maybe it might be a good idea either in June or July, maybe, and you tell me, Donna, which month. I think it'd be a good idea for Donna to demonstrate what is seen in Power School to you.
so that you can actually see what schools are seeing. It's a way to be very transparent about what's happening. And I think the superintendents, I think, really appreciated that demonstration because it's visual. I mean, this is what you should have, and here's the bar that's right next to it, and how close are you, where that's concerned. So I would recommend, if that's something that you would find helpful, that we would have a demonstration on that.
And I should have added, I'm sorry, most of the funds require 75%. There are a couple that require 100%, and so there's a slight difference there. All of the funds are not funded at 75%. Ms. Gunning, it's concentration of poverty, what's the other one?
Private provider pre-K.
Okay, private, that are at 100%. Great.
Do you want to talk about the technical assistance?
Sure, please.
That AIB is doing?
Yes, please
Just to Dr. Goldson's point that the AIB is currently in the process of engaging with technical assistance providers, one of which is a resource allocation group of providers that LEAs can sign up to work with, and that the AIB is paying for this, so that they can have direct technical assistance on allocating resources to schools.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Excellent. Other questions? Yes, Ms. Chang.
Yeah, thank you. Just one clarification. Early on, you give out an example about if a district has, say, some school only hits 60% of money goes to the school, and then the next year we'll be expecting them to hit the 80% because that's half of the 40% they add up. But some of the example is the grant that per the REC is 75%. They'll never.
Good. This is a good question. So it's a little wonky, but hang with me and I'll re-explain it. The key performance indicator here is the percentage of students that attend a school that is fully funded. So there may be 10 schools in a small district, and they have different numbers of students. And say of those 10, 7 of the schools next year are fully funded. But only 52% of the students in those districts attend those 7 schools. Then the key performance indicator next year at that district, for this coming year, will be 52%. Because 52% of the students attend those 7 schools that we have the funding met at that minimum level. Does that make sense? So, and full funding is defined by, hey, are they getting 75% of 100% of their concentration of poverty, 75% of the special education, 75% of the ESOL, so they've got to meet all those indicators and have that funding averaged out so that they're actually meeting the minimum school funding. And then the key performance indicator is how many students attend a school where the minimum school funding requirement is met.
So there are kind of breakdown to different key KPI per se.
One KPI. We are actually collecting 2. How many schools and what percent of students, but the key performance indicator is what percent of students go to a school where they have minimum school funding met.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Does that help? It is wonky, but this is about equitable funding, and fundamentally, our key performance metric tells us, have we met equitable school funding or not?
And I
Dr.
think that's exactly, and I think that's the reason when you see this Power School demonstration, that it's going to ring truer to you, because then they've already got it calculated inside. So it's very easy to pull up and see.
Mm-hmm. And I will just add, we don't know what the baseline is right now. We actually don't know the answer to what that question is, that baseline, and that's part of the reason of why this policy is needed. We don't even know where we are right now because we don't even have that. We are uploading FY24. We will upload FY25 moving forward. Mm-hmm. Any additional questions or comments? Dr. Getty.
So just check my understanding is that so far this reporting of data is going to show you that the money goes to the correct school.
The power schools? Yep,
Yes.
so. you
So
s-
the ESOL kids, no, the ESOL school gets the percent of money by students, and each of those 7 categories or whatever, they get their money, and you're going to see that it's at the school.
And
That's
you'll s-
that's exactly right.
And you'll see it in real time. So,
Yes.
and by real, I mean
Right,
month to month.
monthly, yeah.
You will see what money is actually expended, not necessarily what money was intended for that school at the beginning. You'll see both the budget and the actual.
Yes.
And that will be updated on a monthly basis.
What you're going to be looking for is a school that has a higher population of students with disabilities, multilingual learners, economically disadvantaged students, and is probably a concentration of poverty school. Same size, and in a school that has far fewer of those enrollment, you're going to see this in terms of spending. This one's going to get this, and this one's going to get here.
Okay, so my next question is anyone going to determine that the money is spent on the students, that it's intended, because the law actually says the money will follow the student?
The money is going to follow the student to the
Right.
school.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And
And that's the end of.
No, the spending is also.
the spending, go ahead.
Yeah, so you'll see both you'll see a couple of different things. So you'll see the calculated amount, right? The kids times the count.
Right, I
You'll
get
see
that.
the amount that was allocated to that school by the school system. Then you'll see how much they should have spent by a certain point, given where we are in the school year. And then you'll see actually how much was spent. So the LEAs are reporting expenditures at the school level by program.
So let me just, that was going to be the clarity that I was asking, because I think what you were asking is if the money gets to the school, how are we guaranteeing that the money is spent on the children that drove the money to that school? So
she just
I
said
think that's what, so you're saying we have the ability to know how much of that money was there. I'll just use special ed for example. How much money was driven to that school by special education? And
Multilingual learners. Yes,
Well-
multilingual learners, you can see that. 'Cause
But
special
what
ed is
about-
a different.
okay, but okay, well, even multilingual learners.
Right.
So you're saying that whatever amount of money that was driven to that school for multilingual learners, we will know whether or not it was spent on multilingual learners? That's your question, right?
Yes, it is. That is my question.
So
Yeah. So let me pick this one up, I think,
Okay.
and fill it in. We're going to see that they're spent on expenses related to supporting multilingual learners. We won't know that they're tagged to specific students. What I will say, though, and
That's what you meant by program. Got it.
yeah, by program. This, this is kind of where the conversation stops in terms of accountability within the blueprint. But our conversation, Dr. Wright, and you were leading us around assessment and accountability, is so critical to, and there are opportunities for us to really improve our assessment and accountability system, because it is through that we will be able to see whether we're seeing student outcomes related to those expenditures. And the school is, there's some black box in it, right? This is the work of being a professional. We need to let teachers and school leaders do the work of school in school. When we're not getting the outcomes for the inputs that we're putting in, that's when we need to ask questions. But we need to ensure that our assessment mechanism, our accountability and assessment mechanisms are actually providing us data that indicates and is really lifting up the right information to match the resources that are going in.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Chang.
Yeah, I also have one clarified question about, you mentioned earlier that we don't have baseline. That's why the first year, the FY25, will be our baseline. But since we probably already have some data in the prior year.
We don't.
No.
That is the whole point. We are in the process of uploading at the current year, but we've never collected data like this before.
Right.
No.
That's the lift for school systems, is they are changing their entire chart of accounts. So if before you only reported at those 8 programs,
Right.
now you have to report at 8 times however many schools you have.
I see.
So their whole chart of accounts went from this to this, and they're having to reallocate, relook at how they're internal processes and procedures.
And I'll say, look, when this money, when this comes out, we're going to see that we have likely not been equitably funding schools. One of the quickest, and we've been doing it more equally funding schools with an equitable funding model into districts. The quickest way to fix this is going to be through, reassigning, as LEAs bring this up. The quickest way is to reassign teachers. But, and part of why we're providing this leeway is for a transition period. Simply reassigning teachers is not going to get the job done in terms of creating school cultures that are actually supporting adults and teachers. And so we know that this work is going to require deep changes in our schools, and that's why this flexibility is so important, so that districts can create very strong plans that really support teacher development, create the conditions where teachers want to go to schools, where there are more resources because there are students with greater needs. And that's the work of transforming public education in our state that needs to occur. It's not going to happen overnight, but the AIB has spent a lot of time talking about some of these models, and that's something we really need to be focused on. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Yeah, I was about to jump on you.
It is the fastest way,
right?
But it doesn't mean it's the right way.
That doesn't mean it's
Yes.
the right thing to do.
Right.
Simply involuntarily transferring teachers around their counties does not build strong culture in schools. Certainly is not going to help you with your retention and recruitment. And yes, it would be the quickest and easiest way to do it, but it's not the most effective, I don't believe. Because if you take a teacher and involuntarily force them to go to a place where they don't want to go, they may not work to their highest potential on behalf of students, simply because they're unhappy because you have transferred them when they didn't want to be. And rather, where you talked about making it incentivized in some way, finding ways that teachers want to move is much more effective, because then they are there to do the work they want to do and asked to do. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to, because I thought you were going to stick with that, and I was about to lose my mind because that's not what it should be. We need to change the culture. We need to make teachers want to go do that work, not force them
That's exactly right.
to make those moves, because it's not going to give us the results that we want.
Yep. Dr. Amelia McCarthy.
So I think you said this, but I just want clarification. I want to go back to, I understand the equitable funding. What I wonder about is how are we going to acknowledge, measure the impact, the outcomes and the impact when more money comes into schools that need more support or need more work. So how are we doing that? What's the plan? Are we continuing in the same way that we gather data on children's outcomes? I'm just
That is an excellent question. Dr. Wright, would you like to take that? Or
Well, I think my interest is in finding ways that the measures we can really have confidence in that are reliable and valid. So I think there are other measures of things that we want to look at for children, like mental health, surveys of school climate, things of that nature. I think what we're concerned about also is the low student outcomes that we are actually looking at by subgroup right now. And so it is certainly my hope that as we approach this from the academic side of the house, that we are looking at what are those strategies that we know are effective with students with disabilities. Are they being employed? Are we seeing differences in student outcomes for multilingual learners or students with disabilities, et cetera? So that's one of the reasons I think that the Assessment and Accountability Task Force is going to be looking at all those kinds of measures as well. So what goes into your accountability model, what gets measured, gets done. So, that's part of that group's conversation that's taking place right now. And it's only just started, so that we've just had the one meeting, we have another one now, but you bring up a really good question. But those are the kinds of things that the task force is even looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, to that point, I think this is part of what AIB is tasked to do, ensure that the investments that are put in, not only is it implementation, but accountability to make sure that those investments are working. But that's also our role. And so our assessment accountability system ought to feed that. this is a healthy reminder for us to remember that our state has some of the largest achievement gaps, particularly for students of color and particularly for students who live in poverty in the nation. And they have only grown disproportionately in the past decade. And so we need to attend to that. And it is not only the headline data that we need to be looking at, but the disaggregated data so that we can not only understand the top line trend, but how students, different types of students in our state are progressing. We looked, what was it, last month when we looked at graduation rates. We have alarming trends with our Latinx students in the state. And that's not just at high school, right? We saw it in the fall when we looked at NAEP data. This must be a part of our conversation, and not just with Latinx students, but with students from all different types of backgrounds and learning profiles as we're supporting. Yes, Ms. Chang.
Yeah, sorry that I have another
No,
clarification
we all have
question.
No, we have a bunch. This is good.
Since I just heard and I got put it together, say, yeah, this dashboard is updating monthly. Am I right? So are we looking at the snapshot of that month that, the school fell, or we wait quarterly or annually when we try to?
It's a great question.
Well, if the districts, all the districts have their own benchmark assessments, and so I would assume that they, once they're administering those benchmark assessments, that they're looking at that data on a regular basis.
We're talking about making sure, like, when is the minimum school funding applied? And the answer to that is annually, but we'll have.
And how are we evaluating that monthly?
That's what she's saying.
That this dashboard have the
Actual.
The dashboard is, I'm sorry, I was off on student achievement, don't mind me. Funny thing about that. No, that is updated on a monthly basis.
Right. But when we try to make the two connect, it's that we want to make sure all schools meets the 75% or 100% funding goes to
By the
their
end of-
school.
Correct.
So are we looking at them by monthly data, or we are looking at the quarterly or even annually?
We can look at that monthly, once that, because those data get updated monthly, starting next year, right?
Right. August 15th will be the first report for fiscal '25, and that will include the budget for the year. So you'll see the entire allocation and the first month's reporting. I want to clarify one thing that I think you might be asking. Those expenditures are cumulative. So when you see in August or September, you'll see July and August in September, right? And then the other thing I wanted to point out is there are two requirements in the statute. One is that July 1 check that's actually going to have to be August, because there's nothing to report as of July 1. It's the start of the fiscal year. The other report is a January report where there's like a temperature check for the AIB on where schools and school systems are in meeting this standard. So, and that one is more of an expenditure check, and the July one is an allocation check. So I think we will also have to work out.
Yeah. But let me ask a clarifying question then. So, but we, month by month, the schools will have their dashboard updated.
Yes.
So it doesn't necessarily mean it's a report out, but it's a, so that's why I think that's what we're trying to get at, is how often, how often would the board be able to see what's happening across the state? They're going to update it monthly. You said the first.
I think that's still to be determined,
Okay.
because we have to, right now, beta year, we're making sure everybody can fully load all the data, and we can make it go through the magic, and you can see the data as you would expect to see it, such that by 25, they can report on a monthly basis, right? So as we're working through what we're doing now with the beta year, we also have to figure out, when does this go public? Does it go public after the baseline year? Does it go public sometime during the baseline year? I think it would probably be in everybody's best interest if we did some periodic report outs, but maybe held public access, full access until the baseline year is complete. I don't know what that decision is going to be, but those are decisions that still have to be made, and corresponding communication in this dashboard that defines what these pieces are. And, if you click here, gives you some explanation of what you're seeing.
And And I think, part of what's assumed, there is the process of coding expenditures is a human process, right? And so there are changes and potential errors and updates, and so we really have to work all of this out. Yeah.
Yep,
So-
that's part of the
Learning.
get it in now so we
Yep.
can make sure it.
Yep. All right. Unless there are no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion on this policy. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. If not, I'd entertain a motion requesting that the State Board adopt joint implementation policy number 2 regarding blueprint minimum school funding requirement. And this is for a final adoption for the policy, as the AIB has already approved the policy. I see a motion from Dr. Mealy McCarthy. Is there a second? Dr. Goldson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we will move on to the last item on our afternoon agenda, which is, thank you, Ms. Gunning.
Yeah, thanks so much, Donna. An
Our-
update on special ed work
Yep,
group.
our
Okay.
update on the special education work group. Dr.
And-
Wright.
All right, Dr. Collins and Dr. Hickman are joining us at the table to provide you the latest update on the special ed work group, which I have to say is really going along very well, very well.
Excellent.
Ready? All right, good afternoon. Dr. Hickman and I are super duper excited to give you an update on the special education work group. This is one of the action items out of the AIB's comprehensive plan. And Dr. Hickman and I and Dr. Wright and Liz Zogby, who's not here, who I'll explain her role as well, but just want to say a public thank you to all the members of the work group. You'll see in a minute how many are on the work group. But we have had tons of discussions and we've accomplished so many things during our time together, more work to do, but it has been a huge time commitment that everyone has been dedicated to doing. So we just wanted to publicly thank everyone. So Dr. Hickman and I will give you an overview of the work group, share some of the highlights of the meeting topics we've been discussing and to come, share with you some of the recommendations to date that we will be narrowing down, and then share with you some of MSDE's current work to date. So just to begin, the Accountability and Implementation Board adopted its initial blueprint implementation plan, and it outlined recommendations for MSDE to convene the special education work group. Dr. Wright serves as the co-chair along with Liz Zogby. Hello, Liz. I know you're watching, hopefully. She's with the Maryland Down Syndrome Special Education Policy and Advocacy Project, and they both co-chair the work group, but they meet with Dr. Hickman and I, along with another member of the work group, to plan and help facilitate all of the meetings. So it is a huge commitment, so we are very appreciative. As you can see, there are approximately 50 members that contribute. There's a variety of members. There is a link here to the website for the work group, and also take some time to look at the actual members, because we think you'll notice that it is a great representation of those who are very, very concerned and want to see better outcomes for students with disabilities, but we believe it's a very diverse group. And there's always an opportunity for public comment at the beginning of our meetings. And we've been meeting monthly, and we have a final report due in December. I also wanted to mention this work group has a very huge undertaking. And we've made it a point to make sure that we're not meeting just to meet, to have circular conversations around discussion topics that have been held in the past, but to really force ourselves to make recommendations that can be implemented, short-term and long-term recommendations to improve outcomes for students with disability. So that is a commitment that the group has been focusing on since the beginning of this work. These are some of the overarching topics that we've been discussing. We have a saying, the arc of our discussions and topics, but it's really looking at all means all, but especially students with disabilities. And what is the state of students with disabilities in Maryland? And how do we overcome some of the persistent barriers? And so some of these topics were generated prior to the beginning of the work group's work. We had small group discussions that were held, small focus groups, and then the work group came together and generated the topics that you see here. These topics are also grounded in what we call essential questions to help facilitate small breakout groups that we've held, as well as the larger group discussions, but they really help us to stay focused on various topics. And so it was interesting for Dr. Hickman and I to hear you all talking about funding, because next week, that's our topic. Funding is the topic, and it's a hot topic. It's very timely. But we're talking about standards and expectations. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about the integration of general education and special education students, and how do we really support students with disabilities when they spend a majority of their time in the special in the general education classroom. Also, specially designed instruction, implementation of IEPs, and also teacher qualifications and recruitment. We know that's very, very important to instruction students with disabilities. So I will pass it to Dr. Hickman to talk briefly with you about the recommendations. We won't read them to you, but Dr. Hickman will give you some highlights of the recommendations thus far.
Well, Dr. Collins, this is my first time presenting to the state, so I may read a little bit more than I usually would.
Welcome.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
Dr. Hickman.
But again, I want to give kudos as well to the members of the work group and also the Special Ed Exec Committee, just for the amount of time and the work that goes into it. And to my team, I've been able to be here, started in November, and have been able to inherit a strong team who's skilled and knowledgeable and who will go above and beyond and do and work late nights, as they will later tonight. So say hi. But if we get into the work recommendations, and I won't read them, but they were, the conversations today, as you will see, is we have been struggling with putting the work group recommendations down because we are working on these things as we move on. As you will see for the first work group recommendation, one is for us to look at COMAR and MSD guidance just to ensure that students with disabilities who do not have significant cognitive disabilities receive IEP services and goals. We want to make sure that they do that. It seems that it's something that we're focused on, but we have to pay more attention to those with those impairments. There's also a part of the recommendation number one was that we were to revise COMAR and MSD guidance to ensure that students with cognitive disabilities have goals based on evidence-based practices to maximize their potential. It seems like there would be sort of, if without a focus on it, writing it down, having some benchmarks and developing a plan, then it may go unnoticed. In terms of recommendation number two is to look at our monitoring tools, our protocols and practices, just to ensure that our goals and to ensure that are in place. Students with disabilities with IEP district, across the state, and with more than 10,000 teachers. So how we're going to do this with a small team, it sounds somewhat impossible. And it may take us, if you give us 10, 15 years, then we can do that. But we don't have that. So we have to put some things in place to monitor that and help our schools to develop that. And so also recommendation number three was to develop a comprehensive early literacy plan. Well, if you want to speak to that, but I think we know that it's in the works and it's not something that we took lightly, so it was just timely that we, okay. Recommendation number four was more built around building the capacity of our teacher workforce. So we heard that today in terms of just providing guidance, technical assistance, even revising our utilize technology. We may even want to, not even may, we need to consider using AI in terms of reaching those in shorter snippets, getting more recent information, being able to tap into things from around the country and even around the world to provide access to our tabs. We call those the technical assistance bulletins that go out. Maybe creating small vignettes, videos, things that teachers and staff can access, push the button, use their phone, and they can access pretty quickly. So those are some of the things that we definitely want to do to help build a capacity for our teachers. Number 5 is we wanted us to take a deeper look at direct support and coaching to the IEP teams. This is like providing a menu of evidence-based practices that and professional development. So we want to create technical assistance on data collection and how to analyze the data for results, ensuring that we are clear in our communication regarding monitoring requirements to minimize enforcement. So in some instances you hear that in terms of the state, they want some support, but then others want us to make some mandates and go with a hard, a heavy stick. But we needed to make sure that we are providing guidance, insight, opportunities for them to learn, and also support while providing sometimes some consequence, unfortunately. Recommendation number 6 was related to the Maryland online IEP system. There was some recent bill that it did not pass. However, we heard what the conversation was. The conversation was really about looking at the MOIEP system, really trying to get all the districts across the state to be on one system. And then you have to ask the question, so why not? Why aren't they? So we need to take a deeper dive into what is it that people love about the online IEP system? And then there's a question about what is it that they really don't like, and how can we address that? So we've been working with Johns Hopkins and the team, their CTE team there, to look at the reporting capabilities, the user experience, the current mechanisms for feedback and revision, and report on suggested improvements. It's from a list of things that we heard from over the past few months that we took to the team, and we were able to repurpose some funds to get just about, I'll say most of the concerns that were presented can be corrected before school starts. There's a few things that's going to take just a little while longer, but it's not that it can't be done. And so they're committed, our team is committed, and we've committed to the special ed work group that we will work on that as well as our districts. I have opportunity of meeting with our LEAs pretty frequently, not as frequent as I like in this last few months, but getting feedback from them tells me how to move and what's important to them, because we want to keep the end user in mind, and that end user when it comes to the IEP system is actually the schools and the teachers. Number 7, the purpose of this recommendation is for MSD to develop a plan to prepare our general and special education teachers for the complexities of working with our students with disabilities. The previous recommendation kind of focused on the academic piece. This is really working on the complex nature of working with students with disabilities so that we can be more closely to prepare them for the world of work, working with our institutes of higher education, working with our teacher effectiveness department, as well as just our educator prep programs and having our teachers prepared for this world of work. Then number 8 was really focusing on recruitment, retention, and rebranding of special education. Some of the words in terms that in the discussion today was about recruitment and incentivizing our teachers. Well, there's also some things that we can do to incentivize our special education teachers. Many agree. They have a very difficult job. They would agree that they have the toughest of all the teachers' jobs. And as a special educator, I'm going to agree with them too. And so we have to make sure that what we want to do in the recommendation is to encourage and incentivize them to work in the field of education. And we've talked about money. Money motivates some, but there's opportunity for maybe for bonuses, for stipends, or to and one of the strategies that we saw in reading over the blueprint plans was that in several districts they've increased the contracted time. So you have teachers who are working night, days, weekends, that work over the summer, but during those times they may not get compensated. So they've been able to extend some of the contracts from like a 10-month contract to an 11-month contract, giving them work so that they are prepared for that. And then you have some who are going to work summer anyway. And then incentivizing them to co-plan and to work with smaller class sizes. So with that, those are the recommendations. But I think as you may have heard, all these recommendations are things that we should be doing already. Well, we really are. I can share with you that although we're working through a variety of topics and issues with the work group, the work hasn't come to a halt. On this slide, we wanted to share with the board a few initiatives we're currently working on with our LEAs across the state. We continue to prioritize our work under the 3 imperatives of early childhood, equity, access, and progress, access, equity, and progress, and secondary transition. From early intervention services to high-quality preschool education, we are committed to working with our early childhood team. It sets the stage for future success. In the true spirit of collaboration, we work collectively with the Division of Early Childhood frequently to promote inclusive and supportive environments for our youngest learners. We also recognize in the conversation that I shared about the MOIEP that at the center of this is the IEP or the IFSP, the Individualized Family Service Plan. So we've increased our focus on equipping our staff with the necessary resources, providing professional learning opportunities to develop meaningful IEPs. We've listened to our LEAs, our teachers, our parents, our community, and our stakeholders to make modifications to the platform. And although the bill didn't pass, we're still going to make those things happen. In terms of the alternate framework, we did receive a waiver to our 1%. There has definitely been concern, even if we had the waiver, that overrepresentation of our students who have been found, having that need. What we're doing to address that is that we're implementing an action plan with our LEAs just to address that, and the students taking the alternate assessment. So earlier there was a question or a comment about being a little bit more specific. Well, specifically, we are working to increase the capacity of the staff who are working with those students. And that's what we see as the most important in terms of providing the professional learning for them. Lastly, one of the major issues we're tackling is addressing disproportionality. 18 out of our 24 LEAs have been identified as having persistent overrepresentation of students by race in one or more categories. That is, identification of a child with a disability or within a specific disability, placements outside of the classroom or outside of their neighborhood school, and or disciplinary removals as compared to other groups of students. And so specific things that we're doing, developing and implementing standardized revision, feedback and approval processes, working directly with the districts to work on their root cause analysis. In my short time here, I recognized in the conversations they were having, our districts are having a really hard time of completing a root cause analysis and getting down to why things were happening. And because they were somewhat doing things, assigning it to 2 people, as we often do in a district, assigning it to one person, and that one person writing and going through the process and responding to the questions of why. But in terms of a root cause analysis, we need to look at at the system and what things in the system do we need to dismantle, disrupt to address these concerns. So these are the things we're working on specifically with our schools now. So in conclusion, each of these areas of focus presents a crucial piece of the puzzle for us to provide exceptional special ed services. So by prioritizing preschool inclusive practices, embracing evidence-based practices, ensuring effective IFSPs, IEPs, and we continue to advance our mission of empowering every student to reach their full potential. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Collins.
Thank you, Dr. Hickman. So just to wrap up here, we will continue to collaborate around our agendas. We put together pre-reading materials for all of our members, and they have an opportunity to provide feedback on the pre-reading. The pre-reading is aligned to whatever the topic is. And then they also have an opportunity after our meetings to provide some reflective comments and give us recommendations. We are working through a report. We've sent it out to all of the members to provide feedback on the report that is due to the AIB on July 1. It's a daunting process, but we're thankful that our work group members take the time to read the report because we want to make sure it represents not just MSDE, but the voices in the field. And so they are providing feedback on the report. So there will be an interim report, and then the final report will be due in December. And then again, we are working through the recommendations. As Dr. Hickman said, this is our work, right? This is our core work, so that doesn't stop. But we're also trying to make sure that we are narrowing down the recommendations and creating a plan of how we can address them over time. There are some recommendations that can be implemented a little bit sooner, and some that may take a little bit more time. And so we are working with the work group and our staff to see what makes sense based on the work that's currently happening, based on where our LEAs feel that we need to prioritize and really lean in to provide the support. And so we are doing that work as well. And so that's just an update on the amazing special education work group.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Collins and Dr. Hickman. Any further comments, Dr. Wright?
No, it's just really been a work in progress, and I really want to commend the work group for really hanging in there and providing some tremendous feedback following each of our meetings. I just think this has been a true collaboration of advocates, parents, teachers, our staff. There's a lot of good work that needs to be done in the area of special education, and I think that we're narrowing the focus, which is really good. If everything's a priority, nothing is, so we've got to make sure that we're really focusing in on the right things.
Excellent. Board members, questions, comments? Dr. Mila McCarthy.
So thank you for this report. It is a behemoth. It is incredible amount of work to be done, and it's kind of like, what did they say, boiling the ocean or something? So to add to that, I just have some questions or considerations. Back in 2004, when IDEA was reauthorized, there was this push for RTI, MTSS, and early intervening services as a means to reduce special education needs. And so I don't know if that's a consideration in this work group. And part of the problem is that teachers don't have the tools in their toolbox, and there's not uniformity across the state, and even across the country, but across the state in terms of how RTI could be done effectively, or MTSS. So I'm wondering if that, I'm just being one of those people who are adding to your conversation. I don't want to be part of the problem, but it just comes to me. Paperwork reduction, paperwork is awful. And even though there's the Maryland Online IEP, it makes my eyes circle back in my head when I try to read them. So that would be a huge lift for special educators and administrators. Caseload for speech language pathologists are daunting, and speech language pathologists and OTs, they're few and far between. So how does the state partner with schools in the state to produce more specialists that can help with work? And so Dr. Johnson had said a couple of meetings ago that when there was a particularly difficult case, she would go to her speech pathologist. She would go to her teacher and say, "Go talk to the speech pathologist," because there's often they can tie things up with a bow. And so we have in the specialist area, we really do not have enough personnel. Add to the recruitment issue and that kind of thing. And then the other thing that you mentioned, and I just want clarification on, when IEP goals are written in this state, there has been a push to write these goals on grade level standards. The problem is when a child is in 5th grade and working at a 5th grade level in math or a 5th grade level in reading, it's very hard for special ed teachers to wrap their brains around how do you meet a child where they are and bring them up when the standards are at the 5th grade level. So I think some clarification and training on that issue, maybe conversation within the group, could be helpful. So I just added to your work list. I'm so sorry. But those are the things that crowd my frontal lobe. So, but thank you for this work. It's important work, and it's huge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. McCusker.
So, yeah, behemoth, huge work, and so much to be done. And so glad that you're starting to take a look at workload, because I think that is one of the biggest issues that special educators would tell you is the problem, part of the problem, and caseload numbers, and making sure that caseloads are reasonable. I would encourage you, when you look at building teacher capacity, that you include your specialized areas in that, because music teachers, PE teachers, art teachers, health teachers, media specialists, we all see them too, and we want them to succeed in our classrooms as well, and we want to be able to support what they're doing outside of the classroom too. So please make sure that we are part of the conversation. Thank you.
Other questions? I'm so happy to, just a couple quick ones. So happy to hear we're looking at Maryland Online. In Annapolis this year, we had the opportunity to hear, there was a bill that addressed Maryland Online, and we have some leeway to do administrative fixes instead of legislative. But I will say, as a representative of MSDE, it was embarrassing to hear the type of experience that our teachers and administrators have on a daily basis in dealing with Maryland Online. It is creating unnecessary workload, unnecessary coordination between educators in the field, of like, having one person on in a school building on Maryland Online at one time, or hard to hit save and you lose all the work. And the antiquated nature of Maryland Online must be addressed. I'm sure you all know this, but I want the public to know we know. And we really need to address it, because that's not about teacher capacity. This is like a system that's just way too old. So I'd be really interested to know how we can really take that on. Mm-hmm. The second is a question, and I'd be interested to hear how you all are thinking about this. One of the long-term design assumptions of the blueprint is that if we get students earlier, in terms of we have students enrolled in pre-K, and we have more supports earlier, that our long-term enrollment in special education will actually decline, which is why there's a decline in the special education fund in the out years on the blueprint. What I'm hearing from districts is actually that we're seeing an increase in the number, in the rate of identification, because we're getting students earlier, we're identifying students earlier, so that the rate of identification is actually going up. And so I'm just interested to hear kind of comments on those trends and how we're thinking about it in terms of design and implementation, how this will play out, how we think it will play out. What is our best thinking on the interplay between special education, early childhood, and long-term trends?
So one thing that, and you obviously were looking over my shoulder as I wrote a note to myself. One of the things that I'm asking the team to do, and this is, I know, on our check-in list when I have our check-in, I really want to look at the data to see what the data actually look like on the identification rate of 3- and 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, to be honest with you. And I'd like to see that done by race and disability over, let's say, the trend of the past 3 years, to see if what that really looks like, and are there some disabilities versus other disabilities that are being identified, at a faster rate. And also just the overall, the amount of professional learning that our teachers are getting, particularly at the early childhood level, around the identification process, and what does that look like. Because sometimes little ones squirm, and they may squirm simply because they're little ones and has nothing to do with having a disability. Just like kids that are coming to school that may not have had self-regulation as part of their upbringing, and now all of a sudden they're here and they still bring that with them. But that doesn't mean that it's a disability. It just means that we need to look at some of those executive functioning skills that little ones need and deserve. So are we providing those executive functioning skills in our early childhood classroom? So these are the things off the top of my head that I want to take a look at, because it's very different when you're dealing with young children, and the over-identification
period, is a concern of mine, whether it's by race or by disability, which is the other reason around this 1%. I mean, the feds were kind enough to give us this grace on this 1%, but if you think about, and these are your kids that are more severely cognitively involved, so it concerns me that we are over that 1% significantly. And it concerns the federal government that we're over that 1% significantly. And so what I would also charge the group with is, when are these children being identified? At what age are these kids being identified? And what criteria are being used to identify children as severely cognitively involved? So this is all on my list of to-dos, because I think until we dig into that data, we're not going to be in a position to really know our next steps until we can actually take a look at it and say, what does that look like? I've experienced this in my past after the 10 years that I was supervising special ed, and for me, all of a sudden to be looking at data and the number, I think at the time it was, and it was when I was here in Maryland, the number of 7th and 8th graders that were being identified as severely cognitively involved, seriously, in 7th and 8th grade, and these kids had been in the system with us since they had been in kindergarten. So you got to start asking these questions in order to really drill down as to what is going on. And children deserve the answers, families deserve the answers, and children deserve the help. And so we got to help our teachers with that. We got to help our specialists with that. There's a lot of this that's involved, but we got to look at the data first in order to really know next steps. But
And
we
just,
are
if I
committed.
can just add to what Dr. Wright is saying, to Dr. Melanie McCarthy's point, this is where the multi-tiered system of support,
Yes.
MTSS, is
Yes.
critical. So Mary Gable's team has developed a good model for behavior, but Dr. Hickman is also, and Dr. Gable, Mr. Gable, are partnering with the instruction side to look at what does an instruction need to look like in an MTSS model, and how do those two work together? Because you get MTSS starting in pre-K, while pre-K itself is an intervention, right? But if you get a good MTS model in pre-K along with more children in early childhood education, it can do wonders. So I think we also need a strong MTSS so that as students are getting tier 1, great core instruction, they've got supplemental supports embedded, not waiting until they get to tier 2 and even tier 3 instruction as well.
All right, any other questions, comments? Mr. Greer, Mr. Bartley?
No.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing the final report. All right. Okay, we are now moving to the, preparing to move to the executive session of our meeting. Pursuant to Section 3305B1 and B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: personnel matters and 6 appeals. The public meeting will reconvene at 4:30. Do I need a motion, or are we good? All right, is there a motion, Ms. Chang, and second, Ms. McCusker? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, aye. Oh, okay, there we go.
Aye.
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 Mr.
Just a
Greer
little
opposes going to executive. Okay, all right, we'll reconvene at about 4:30. Thank you. It's fine. We need Chin Chin or Nick. Is Mr. Greer there? Or Mr. Bartley? Nope.
We can't conclude. We have this.
Y'all was gonna go back to the boardroom. No one's there.
Oh,
That's a good camera.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
my husband's in Annapolis.
Who is that that's in there? Back up for the final portion of our meeting. All right. Great. So we will reconvene, calling the meeting back to order. Oh, there we go. A left hand. All right, here we go. So first up is State Board Committee reports and updates. I'll start with Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. I do not have any updates other than the Transformation Accountability Committee. Transformation and Education Accountability Committee meets on June 13th, 6 p.m. Thank you.
Excellent. And I do want to just let everyone know that your committee this month looked at the blueprint targets. Sorry, the combined. Can you just address that real quickly and when that'll come to the board?
Yep, sure. The committee for the month of May actually had a presentation from AIB and MSDE around the alignment of the metrics for the governor's KPIs, MSDE's KPIs, as well as AIB. And they will bring that presentation in our joint board meeting in June between us and AIB. So look forward to that.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Goldson. Ms. McCusker?
Education policy did not meet in May. There weren't any COMAR or policy items to bring, so we didn't meet in May. Our next meeting is June 12th, yes, 6:30 p.m., and we look forward to the public's interest at that time.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Let's go to future board agenda items. Does anyone have any agenda items that you'd like to discuss? Okay. Great. Mr. Greer, is that you? There it is.
No.
Okay, very good. All right, then we can do that. Let's move to opinions. Mr. Dunklow.
Yes, we have 3 opinions and 3 orders to announce. The first is KB versus Montgomery County Board of Education, opinion number 24-11. This involved the local board's decision denying a pause to school roof construction. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. Next was VB and HB versus Montgomery County Board of Education, opinion number 24-12. The local board's decision was to deny a request for student transportation. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. Third was SM versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education, opinion number 24-13. The local board's decision was to uphold a 3-day suspension of a student. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. And then in terms of orders, the first was Christopher K, NB, and ZED, Jose R, and WJ versus Montgomery County Board of Education, order number 24-08. This was 4 consolidated cases. Appellants filed an appeal of the local board's decision denying an opt-out of LGBTQ plus inclusive texts in the English language arts curriculum. This appeal is stayed pending resolution of a related federal court case. Another order was in Stephanie P. versus Montgomery County Board of Education, order number 24-09. This is another appeal related to the opt-out of inclusive text, but this appellant did not join in all claims of those consolidated cases. This appeal is also stayed pending resolution of the federal court case. And lastly, Fred Ragazzoni versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education, order number 24-10. Appellant requested reconsideration of the state board's dismissal for untimeliness, and that request has been denied. That's all I have.
Great, thank you, Mr. Dunklo. Last thing I want to just bring to our attention, so the June meeting will be the last of our term with this board. And one of our members, Ms. Ayula, will actually not be able to be with us in person. She is headed off to Cornell a little bit early. Will be joining us virtually, but this is the last time that Abisola will be joining us in person. So I just wanted to take a moment. Abisola and I share something. Abisola you all know I served as a student member a few years ago. And Abisola is the next student to be serving from Howard County Public Schools. And obviously, you've been such a wonderful addition, made such wonderful contributions to our board. We've gone through a lot in a year, and you've done such a wonderful job representing students and student voice. I want to commend you, acknowledge you, thank you for your commitment to this work, and for spending this year with us in this way. Some people know, obviously, this is your second time on a board. You served on the Howard County School Board last year. And so your contributions as a student leader, truly exemplary. So congratulations. We are very excited for you to be going off to Cornell and pursuing your career in the arts and fashion and others, but just want to thank you and congratulate you. So join me.
Yay.
Anyone else like to make a comment?
A few tears, not such a big wide smile, please.
You are an amazing leader, and take your leadership skills into whatever it is you want to take it into, and you can go far. You're amazing.
And just know we're here, cheering you on.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Anything you'd like to say? Your parting words in person?
I want to say thank you. Not every student board member gets lucky to have a board that is so respectful and so accommodating and so willing to listen to the student perspective. So I've greatly enjoyed, being a part of this board, meeting all of you, and, being a part of such great things that are happening in Maryland. You're right, it's been a busy year, and I didn't expect it to be a term like this, but it's one I wouldn't trade for the world, and I've learned so much, and I'm just so grateful for this experience.
Wonderful. Well, you continue to set the standard higher each year, a lot higher than when I was here, and so just appreciate your leadership, and thank you and congratulations. Are there any other items for the good of the order? Mr. Hands.
Just a couple of quick engagement things. There are 2 more opportunities for school visits this year before the year concludes on May 30th in Wicomico County and June 3rd in Howard County. If you are interested, please let me know. Over the summer, there are 2 other conference engagements. The Maryland Arts Summit, I think hosted at UMBC on June 20th and 21st, and the National Forum on Education Policy, which I believe a number of us are already attending. But if you are interested, please let me know.
Any other final comments, questions? All right, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. A motion by Ms. McCusker. Is there a second? Dr. Mila McCarthy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.